Okay, welcome to all. This is the regular board meeting of San Mateo County Board of Supervisors for February 28th, 2017. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Supervisor Pine? Here. Supervisor Groom?
Present.
Supervisor Slocum?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
President Horsley?
Here. It's now time for public comment.
Public comment is reserved for persons wishing to address the board on any county-related matters that are not otherwise on the agenda or listed on consent agenda. Speakers are customarily limited to 2 minutes, but an extension can be provided to you at the discretion of the board president. Mr. President, so far we have 9 speakers. The first one is Martin Fox.
Wow.
My fellow veterans, Supervisor Slocum and Mr. Balpe, and County Counsel, Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county, and thank you for authorizing Laura's Law, also known as assisted outpatient treatment. Please make the outpatient treatment Laura's Law provides to persons living with serious mental illness, complicated by an inability to recognize their need for treatment, more widely available by amending the county's private defender program contract with the Bar Association to pay for each attorney in the program to undergo at least 1 hour of outside the criminal justice system alternative sentencing training every 3 months. That includes, but it is not limited to, the county's assisted outpatient treatment program. Please also authorize payment of the professional consulting services fee statement that will be presented for the services I rendered to the private defender program attorney who called me on Sunday morning. It is my understanding that some San Mateo County Superior Court judges believe some of the misdemeanor offenders, commonly called frequent flyers, would be more productive members of the community and less likely to reoffend if, instead of being sentenced to jail or supervised provision, they received the supervision that the county's assisted outpatient treatment program provides. After listening to the private defender program attorney on Sunday morning for more than a half an hour, I also understand that although the county's private defender program attorneys are made aware of some criminal justice system sentencing alternatives, civil justice system alternatives like the county's assisted outpatient treatment program are rarely, if ever, discussed. The private defender program attorney who contacted me on Sunday morning should be commended for his advocacy. However, I believe that San Mateo County taxpayers like me would be better served by amending the private defender program contract to pay all of its attorneys to undergo at least 1 hour of outside the criminal justice system alternative sentencing training every 3 months. That includes, but is not limited to, the county's assisted outpatient treatment program. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fox.
Next speaker is Diane Zermenio, followed by Joanna Contreras.
Hello. Sorry, that was loud. So I'm here to talk today about some of the housing issues that are going on, and I just wanted to speak my story today. So the best piece of advice I ever received was to not plan my life a year in advance. And that came true in July of 2016 when I was having the best time of my life in Nicaragua. And my teacher told me that, and I couldn't understand why. And then that Thursday when I came back from my trip, I received my eviction notice. And my life changed a lot. I was unfortunately forced to separate from my family at 17 years old. And I'm still trying to adjust. But some of the issues I faced was when I was left without health insurance for some months because of the switch between counties. I was lucky enough to get to move in with my aunt. But unfortunately, living under someone's rules also was not the best. There was times where sometimes I'm sleep deprived because I wake up multiple times a night. Also, I had to get a job to support myself since my parents live so far away now. And I just want to let you know, I'm not the only one. There are other students out there like me who are just trying to adjust. And even then, I got lucky. Even though I don't get to have dinner with my parents anymore, although my family does live far away from me, I know other students who, like me, unfortunately, didn't have the choice to stay in our district our senior year. They also didn't have the choice to move back in with their parents like I will get to have once I graduate. I know a friend who lived by herself for 2 weeks and nobody knew. So I just wanted to ask of you, hopefully, that you start looking more into this issue of displaced youths like myself who are still struggling, but we're trying to make the best of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Joanna Contreras, followed by Carmela Meehan.
Hi, my name is Joanna Sierra, and I am a youth advocate. I joined the advocacy group because I want to help other people. I'm not just interested on what I can help when the rent raises. Most families are poor and can't afford a home. I don't like to see them outside sleeping in the freezing cold. Especially low-income families can't afford apartments with high rents. There are also many ways that it can affect families because of how the rent is raising. Most families' rents go high and they can't afford it, so they either have to get kicked out or they have to move somewhere else. I want to fight for what is right. I just don't want the rents to go down. I want to see them happy in their homes without them worrying about the rents raising or them getting kicked out. That's why we need your help to help people and families. This is why I want to help and why I joined the Youth Advocates. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Next speaker is Carmela Meehan, followed by Diego Gonzalez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carmela Meehan. I work at the Siena Youth Center of the St. Francis Center. I am the lead for our Advocacy and Leadership Department. I'm here to speak about the housing crisis that's happening in our community, and I'm here to support our youth leaders who are here to speak about this as well. First of all, I want to thank you for your support of our center and for the programs that you have continued to support throughout our years in programmatic areas as well as funding. Thank you so much for continuing to support us. I myself am from this area. I work for a nonprofit. My husband is an artist, and we ourselves, we struggle some with rent as well, and we did move about 2 years ago because the rent was increasing. It wasn't increasing as much as some areas, but it was increasing enough that at the level of our income, we did need to look for alternative housing. So I think this affects all different incomes from low to medium incomes. I would like to ask you to move forward on some of the policy areas that I believe you have studied, that we have been studying. I would like to suggest that you take action to look at relocation benefits for those who are being affected, to also take effect in looking at rent control, just cause for eviction, and long-term plans for increased amounts of affordable housing. I know that if people move out, you yourselves, for those who you serve, and those of us and nonprofits who we serve will not be able to serve the people in our community because they will no longer be here. Thank you very much for your support. Have a good day.
Next we have is Diego Gonzalez, followed by Rafael Avedano.
Hi, my name is Diego. I am part of the Rents Too High Here I Cry Youth Advocacy Committee. I recently heard a story of a tenant that supported the Giants who got his rent raised by hundreds of dollars by his landowner who supported the Dodgers. The landowner faced no consequences. This story made me think about how ridiculous the rules of renting can be. This shows that landowners can legally evict you or raise your rent for any reason at any time. In order to prevent these problems, I believe that raise of rent and eviction should be able to be appealed by the tenant. Another problem is that landowners have money, but we have people, and they try to scare us with that money. They threaten us, saying that they will kick us out of our homes and that they will raise our rent. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker we have is Rafael Avedano, followed by Andrea Flores.
Hello, Supervisors. Thank you for having me. Once again, I appreciate your time, your support, and all your hard work and countless hours in what you do. I'm here with a group of students that are also teachers. The best teachers learn from their students. And as you see, they're here advocating for what is for their community important. And it's important for me as well to just continue to equip them with opportunities. And it's important for us to show them that, you know, when they're in these spaces, that their voice does matter, and you as public servants are looking into the things that they're considering for you to look further into. And I feel that it's so important to have youth at the table when we're thinking about policy, because that normally is not done. And that policy is going to affect them for years to come in the county. And that's something that I truly study, actually. And I think we need to study as a county, and how do we allow youth to be at the table for them to create policy, because they're ready. Trust me, they're ready. The Siena Youth Center runs on voting by youth, and that's why we're successful at what we do, because we believe in them and their voice, choice, and leadership. So I ask that when you're considering looking into these different things, that you invite some of these youth to the table, because I feel that they can help. And if they're willing to help, why not equip them early? So I appreciate your time, once again, your energy. I know it's a hard job, but that's why you're there, because you're important. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrea Flores, followed by our last speaker, Susana Vasquez.
First and foremost, thank you all for being here. My name is Andrea Flores, and I am an advocate in Rents to High Hear a Cry movement. I joined this movement because I have a strong belief that families should not be separate or broken due to rent and loss of homes. I have witnessed many friends and family members who have suffered the fate of losing their home due to high rent. We ask that you create a policy that would support the families who have lived in Redwood City most of their lives. Create rent control with rules and guidelines. Do something, anything, whatever you decide, just to create change for our community. When there is will, there is a way. We stand for the people of Redwood City, and we would love to stand with you, but you need to stand for us. Please show us support and give us the courage to continue fighting for our homes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our last speaker is Susana Vasquez.
Hello. Hello, good morning. My name is Susana Vasquez, and I live in Redwood City and spend most of my time in the North Fair Oaks region. Rent has recently been a problem that has stripped families from shelters and has taken opportunities away from both children and families. Rent in the city has been rising without control, without a reason in most cases. Gentrification is one of those reasons. This city needs a rent control policy and protection against gentrification causing rent to escalate. I have recently been a victim of the misfortunes due to rent raise. All of a sudden, the apartments, which I have lived for 7 years, was sold to a new owner. The first thing they did was raise our rent from $1,800 to $2,600. So what did my family have to do? In a short amount of time, we have had to look for affordable housing. Every day, I see worry in the faces of my parents, worry that the new bill for the apartment will be slid under our door and that every dollar will go toward that one bill, stripping us from basic needs such as food, transportation, medical expenses. It's been a long, stressful process, and it tears my heart that I will be pushed away from all the opportunities this city and surrounding cities have to offer. People are not supposed to use more than 30% of their total income for rent. However, many families working 2 jobs, sacrificing their time, working instead of being with their families, spend 70 to 86% of their total income paying for rent. Is that right? Is that fair? I don't think so. Something has to be done. There's no question to that. Policies that enforce rent control should be implemented. I am deeply passionate about this issue, and I hope you understand that my dreams, along with hundreds of families living around this area, are the same as yours, your children's, and your grandchildren's. Please hear us out. Thank you.
Mr. President, no more public comment.
Just make a quick comment. First of all, I want to appreciate all the speakers that talk about housing, and it's not as if we're not unaware of it. We actually have an affordable housing fund and housing preservation fund, and we do certainly have looked at a number of different policies, but I will say the government is slow and deliberate, and this problem kind of, I'm not going to say it caught us by surprise, but it's really difficult for us to overnight fix it. But I do appreciate you coming and dramatizing just how serious it is and the impact it has on your life. I have a sense that my co-leader is agitated and wants to say something. Did you want to say something, Supervisor Slocum?
Just want to correct the record, let it be known that I'm not agitated.
Oh, you're agitating me.
Just wanted to say something. Yeah, well, you picked up on the vibe. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Carmela and the Leadership Institute that she manages in North Fair Oaks. The other day, Thursday or Friday, I don't really remember, we had a very successful event at the Siena Youth Center where the kids who are in the program got to divide up into groups and role play being city council people, and they dealt with topics like affordable housing and displacement and rent control and a host of other things, and it was an awesome event. And Carmela, thank you for your leadership, and Rafaela, there you are. Thank you for your leadership, too, at the Siena Youth Center. It's very much appreciated, and thank you for getting these young people to the board meeting this morning. I know that's not easy, and they all did a great job, and thank you all so much for coming and speaking.
It was very impressive, so thanks.
Thank you.
Now it's time to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda items. Don't all say something at once.
I'll move to set the agenda and approve the consent items.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, the first presentation is presentation regarding Black History Month. Before I actually have Chief Keene speak about this, actually one of the things we talked about is rather than just talk about Black history for 1 month, we were going to planning on having at least a monthly presentation, because there is a really rich history of not only Black history in this country, but also this. Actually, PBS has a series that's coming online about Black history in Africa that is fascinating. But before Chief Keene speaks, there's a couple of quotes I picked up from Frederick Douglass. I think most of you know Frederick Douglass was actually born into slavery, and he escaped, went to the North, and he actually ended up buying his own freedom, because this was even before the Civil War in the 1850s, and he bought his freedom from the person that owned him. But he later had a newspaper, and he has a wealth of material and quotes that I think are really fascinating, and some of them really speak to today's issues that we deal with in terms of reading. So the first one is that once you learn to read, you will be forever free. One of the reasons he said that is because Black people in the South were not allowed to read, because they didn't want them to be able to basically recognize the condition that they were in to actually rebel. And so that was one way of which of controlling that population. The other quote he says it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And then the last thing, this is even before the Civil War. What he said, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet deprecate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. He was essentially advocating for freedom for the slaves, and that's why he was talking about power. And I thought it was a pretty powerful statement that he made. There's a whole bunch of others that I won't read today, but I'll maybe take an opportunity to have others quotes from Frederick Douglass as well as other poets. So for now, Chief Keene.
So good morning. I thought this was going to be difficult to go first. I enjoy going first. I believe that, it's easy to go first and kind of get situations out the way. So I don't like to kind of wait in the background to take an opportunity. But But my task was made that much harder by, I think, the eloquent speakers that came before me. I kind of sat back and as I listened to the young people, I thought to myself, you know, I wish that I was that engaged and that open-minded and, quite frankly, that much aware at that age. And so, you know, I commend the young people for bringing their voice and not being afraid to say what you have to say. Some of you spoke in a way that was very passionate. I think some of you probably said things that you probably were a little concerned about how people would take. And so I kind of was ear hustling as you guys were kind of talking behind me in preparation. And so I really am not only incredibly impressed, but incredibly encouraged by you. So as you think about not only the issue around dealing with the housing issue that is obviously a tremendous one, but also as you learn and find your voice, think about other ways in which you can use your voice. And I think that bleeds into my conversation this morning. I really appreciate the fact that you, Supervisor, wanted to have a broader conversation, not only about Black history, but quite frankly about race in general, and not only in our country, but specifically here in our county. I am a huge fan of Frederick Douglass, and so most people who have received emails from me know that in my email quote, I actually have a quote from Frederick Douglass about building strong children, because I believe ultimately the work that I do in probation is about building strong people in hopes that you won't have those people come back to you later on in latter parts of the criminal justice system. So that speaks to me in a way that is probably more profound than anything else that I do. When I thought about my conversation and my brief comments this morning, I really wanted to focus on my perspective in terms of how I view race, how I view the issues that face not only our county, but our country, and ultimately to kind of start the dialogue. Because my understanding is that there will be continuous dialogue throughout the year, and I appreciate the fact that we will extend this conversation beyond what is the shortest month of the year, what is beyond a month that is becoming more and more, and I say this with all due respect, hijacked by other agendas. It seems that this month has multiple acknowledgments and recognitions all jammed into one. And so in my mind, I feel like that it's important to talk about some of the more global concepts as we extend ourselves throughout the year. When I look at my background in terms of how I see the world, I've been very fortunate to live in probably three of the most distinct areas in the country. I grew up in the Midwest, in Chicago, which is probably by most accounts, probably next to New York, probably one of the most segregated places you can find in our country. I had the opportunity to move from Chicago to go to school in the South, in Louisiana, which, you know, without saying, has its own significant challenges with regards to race relations and just tolerance in general. And then I had the wonderful opportunity to move to the Bay Area, which by its very just concept is probably was perceived to be one of the most inclusive places you can probably live in our country. So when you think about those things, it kind of made me realize that I could easily stand here today and talk about these broad kind of global concepts about race. But I think when I look at it through my personal lens, I think that it's important for us to understand what environments help to create the issues that we face today. So I really look at it in terms of three main points. I'm concerned about, or I have vision or thoughts about prejudice, discrimination, and injustice. I think our attempts to create the environments where prejudice, discrimination, and injustice exist, it's important for us to determine what builds into those things. As we figure out these things exist, what can we do with our young people? What can we do with those of us who have a limited power? And what can we do for those who have a voice to deal with those issues on an ongoing basis? My personal experience has also led me to understand that the three-legged stool that serves as the foundation for prejudice, discrimination, and injustice to exist is arrogance, ignorance, and intolerance, all wrapped around fear. When I think about ignorance, I mean ignorance in the purest form, the lack of knowledge. That's the reason why when I look at our young people, it's so encouraging. It truly is the lack of knowledge. And it seems almost a misnomer in this day and age that we live in, where we can literally just punch in something on that little computer that we carry in our pocket as a phone and pretty much understand anything there is to know in the world. However, ignorance still persists. We still have a basic lack of knowledge of each other. Easily allows us to think poorly of one another. When I think about intolerance at its most basic root is the lack of a refusal to see value or relevance in another person's views, beliefs, behaviors, simply because they differ from our own. I think more than anything else, I think that is very obvious in what's happening in our country today. This inability to tolerate one another. And when I think about the idea of fear, not fear in a traditional sense, that I'm afraid of something. But notice psychologist Abraham Maslow described it as a fear of knowledge, an internal fear of knowing oneself concurrent with an external fear of knowing the outside world. In other words, fear is built up to bind the user of prejudice, discrimination, or injustice to the fact that they really don't want to look at who they really don't like. Fear blinds you. Fear blinds you from looking at yourself closer. It blinds you from being willing to tolerate people. It blinds you from having a willingness to learn. So if you're able to deal and address with fears of people through education, through discussion, you may have an opportunity to really get somewhere with this. But in closing, I will say, using the springboard of our young people here today, we have to be willing to have the hard conversations. We have to be willing to acknowledge our own personal fears. We have to be willing to acknowledge the fact that we don't know everything, regardless of our titles. And if we can do those things, it's my belief that as we have this much broader conversation throughout the year, I think we'll plant the seeds in the most important people in our space, and that's our young folks. I think that if we plant seeds with them, ultimately they will not only make this world what we hope for it to be, but quite frankly, teach us old folks something along the way. So with that, I'll end my comments and say that I look forward to future opportunities to talk about these diverse issues. And I challenge everyone here in attendance and all the folks who may be listening in the departments to acknowledge your own fears. And don't let that get in the way of what we're here to do, which is not only to serve the folks that entrust us to serve them, but also to be examples of how we want to relate to each other and to create the world we want to see. So thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief Keene. One of the reasons I decided to do this year is actually because last year, when my good friend Warren Slocum was the board president, it was a police shooting, and we talked, or both of us talked on the dais about, the police shootings and Black Lives Matter, and somehow we have to have a conversation amongst ourselves. And it seemed to me that this year that we really had an opportunity, or we've got an opportunity to actually start talking about things, about the differences in how we are the same and different in very unique ways. And, because, and I don't want to do too much talking about this, but we are in troubling times, and we see, for example, in the paper today, there was a number of Jewish synagogues, cemeteries were attacked, so there's lots of anti-Semitism. So it seems like, this is really an appropriate time for us to actually look inward and outward and look amongst ourselves and to actually develop conversations. So this is going to be a process that I want to make a kind of a centerpiece of my time as a board president. So if other people in the county have ideas about Black history, bring it to me, bring it to my staff, and once a month we'll highlight it just as we did today. And that was really eloquent, Chief Keene. I really appreciate your being willing to share. So, thanks. I prefer to go first. So. You did. You are a real leader, and I really appreciate that. So thanks. So the next presentation is a proclamation designating March the 1st through 7th as National Weights and Measures Week, and it's me. So Fred Crowder, our Ag Commissioner, is going to speak on it. First of all, let me have a motion to approve this proclamation. So I'll make that motion.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Thanks. One of the things that said, that talks about weights and measures, the tradition and technology, really the technology has dramatically changed over the last few years. And every time you go to the gas station and you look at that, or if you have a car with gas, and you look at those gas pump, it has a little thing that says the weights and measures signed by Fred Crowder. So we know that when you all buy a gallon of gas, that's what you get. And when you get something from a pound of meat, you know exactly that's what it is. So
My name
Fred,
and phone
thanks.
number in 24,000 locations throughout the county.
Thanks.
So,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Horsley. John said to acknowledge your fears, and he acknowledged following the generation who spoke ahead of him. And I get the luxury of following John. That was amazing. Anyway, good morning, Supervisors, President Horsley, and County Manager Maltby and Council Byers. I'm Fred Crowder, the County Sealer of Weights and Measures today. I'm wearing that hat. Normally, you see me as the Agricultural Commissioner. So, but thank you for taking the time to recognize National Weights and Measures Week. John just spoke, and these are my notes, and I've written all over them. So I'm not nearly as eloquent a speaker as he is, but it's important to recognize and bring attention to weights and measures and the people that work in it, because it's foundational to our very commerce that we have and have an equitable marketplace. We often take it for granted that when we purchase something over a scale, over a pump, through a meter, that we're getting what we pay for, that they're accurate and they're correct. But this does not happen in of itself. It takes people out there who are enforcing standards and checking those pumps and those scales to make sure that they are accurate, that they are set appropriately, and that people are getting what they pay for. And so my staff works hard every day in order to make sure that all these devices are accurate, and that we can have confidence in the marketplace. So for that reason, and many others, I'm grateful for their expertise and their dedication. So thank you for this recognition, and glad to take any questions or anything you might have to ask.
Well, let me give you the proclamation.
I'm not dressed appropriately either, because if we're checking a cattle scale or a vehicle scale, I'd be in jeans and greasy shirt. So, and welcome, Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Fred. Next is a presentation of a proclamation designated February as Grand Jury Awareness Month. Supervisor Pine.
Thank you, President Horsley. So I'll begin by asking for a motion to, I'll begin by moving that we designate this month as Grand Jury Awareness Month.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thanks.
So each year we do recognize Civil Grand Jury Month, and we do that because of the importance of the Civil Grand Jury. As most folks here in the room know, it's a independent investigative body that is created by the California State Constitution. And to me, it really has three really important functions. One, of course, is oversight and having another pair of eyes looking at government functions around San Mateo County. And I think that role grows in importance as, unfortunately, we have less and less media. You know, it always amazes me that there used to be a press room here in San Mateo County Hall. And so without as much press as in the past, we need that civil grand jury to play part of that role. Also, it provides a forum for people who have complaints or concerns about government to file a complaint, and if it has merit, to have that one investigated. And then finally, you know, from my experience in talking with grand jurors over the years, you know, people find it to be a very rewarding experience, and I think it often inspires them to be more involved in the community. So we have a couple folks here who are going to join us today. We have the current foreperson of the grand jury, that's Jason Waka, as well as grand jurors Katie Martin and Colleen Yu. So I will go ahead and present the proclamation, and then if you'd like to say a few words, that'd be terrific.
Mr. Board President and board members, thank you so much for this. And I thank my fellow jurors for being here today, and someone else without whom this body simply could not operate, which is County Counsel Paul Okada, who's done a fantastic job advising us. I just want to say that this is so timely for two reasons that you gave this proclamation today, and it's important to us to get this recognition. The first reason is that this is grand jury recruiting time. And March is the time in which we're looking for applications for people who might want to serve on this body next year. We are the eyes and ears of the citizens of this county, and we are made up of the citizens of this county. And so it's only when people turn in these applications, and you can find them on the county grand jury website, that this body can continue to operate in an efficient fashion. The other reason this is so timely is the tie-in with some of the other presentations and discussions that have been going on, including Chief Keene's remarks and the wonderful remarks of the children who are here. When you talk about diversity in this county, and there's great diversity in this county, and then you look at who's sitting on the grand jury, it's a little sad in a way, because our grand jury is, to be very blunt, old and white. And we need more diversity. We need those voices. We need the Latinos. We need the blacks. We need the Pacific Islanders. We want these people to know, and we need to get this message out that we're here and that they can and should apply to be a part of this body. I don't think they're disinterested in any way. I think we've been unsuccessful in reaching them with the message that we're here. So this type of proclamation that you put out, this is another step in getting that message out. And for that reason, as much as anything, I want to thank you all for taking the time and the effort to do that today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your comments, and all of us will definitely get the word out about the opportunities.
Yeah, thanks for your service. I know that it takes a lot of your personal time. You have one public speaker on this, is Martin Fox.
Good morning again, President Horsley, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Supervisor Slocum and Mr. Malpe, and County Counsel Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county, and thank you for recognizing the importance of grand juries and the value of the services rendered by my fellow citizens. Please direct County Counsel to send a copy of this proclamation to the California Supreme Court and ask them to protect the independence of grand juries by denying the State Attorney General's intellectually and morally bankrupt request to grant review of the Third Appellate District's decision in Pearson versus Superior Court, which grew out of a fatal police shooting and was just filed last Wednesday. The Third District justices recognize that California's Constitution protects judicial branch organizations like a criminal grand jury, which is investigating offenses, from the overreach of a legislative action seeking to solve a problem that does not exist in California, merely because an uninformed governor signs it. The legislature must seek the voters' consent by proposing a constitutional amendment if it disagrees with the constitutional prohibition. Grand juries are too important. The value of the services rendered by my fellow citizens is too great to be limited by a statute that prohibits their investigation of the use of lethal force by a peace officer. Please direct County Counsel to ask the Supreme Court to protect the independence of grand juries by denying the State Attorney General's request to grant review of the Third Appellate District's Pearson versus Superior Court decision, and send them a copy of your proclamation in support of your request. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Fox. We're now going to go on to item number 4, which is the accept the San Mateo County's Measure K Oversight Committee's annual report. Raina?
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Byers, Mr. Maltby. My name is Reina Forales, Deputy County Manager. I'm pleased to be here to report on the annual report of the Measure K Oversight Committee. And before I start, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Sam Hutkins, who is our Vice Chair out in the audience this morning. So some background on the Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee is required with the passage of Measure A in November 2012, as well as continuing on with the extension of the half-cent sales tax through 2043. There are 2 members appointed by each supervisor from each district, and the committee has met twice annually. November, December is when we review the audit from the Controller's Office, as well as the performance report, and then back again in January, February to finalize the report. And this year, the committee also created an ad hoc committee on performance measures, and the 3 members provided us with recommendations regarding any improvements to the performance report. Okay, to summarize the fiscal year 2015-16 transactions, there was $44 million spent of Measure A, now K funds. The Controller's Office reviewed the receipts as well as the spending, and we received a clean audit with no exceptions noted. Almost half of the spending occurred in infrastructure, mainly capital technology projects, as well as community services. With regard to performance, 87% of the goals have been met or are in progress. And this year is our 3rd annual report, and so many of our initiatives that are continuing had started almost 3 years ago. So how is Measure A, now K, money spent? So this is a summary of the dollars. We spent $44,081,784, with $20 million of that going to community infrastructure and services. And as we proceed with the board's priorities, these will shift around some more, but these are the primary priorities that the board has set with regard to where Measure K funds will be spent. So from a pie chart perspective, just to show how the funds have been divvied up into the different categories. So I'm just going to touch on a few highlights with regard to the performance and spending of Measure K, and then I will turn it over to Michelle Durand and Marsha Wilson, who will go over the new website that we've created, as well as some of the performance dashboards and the county display outside. So for homelessness and housing, so to date we have built or financed 254 affordable units, with 6 units being preserved, and we continue on with a lot of progress in building and preserving affordable housing in the community. Through the motel voucher program, we have housed 248 families, so the voucher program is primarily targeted towards homeless families, with 63% of them exiting to transitional housing. And then on the hot teams that have now gone regional in the county, we've engaged 241 homeless, with about 42% of them moving to either emergency shelter or transitional housing. And then lastly, with the emergency housing assistance funds that we provide through our core service agencies, we have housed 264 households, and 96% of them remain housed after 6 months. Another major initiative with Measure K funds is the Big Lift through the leadership of Supervisor Groom. So this year we're up to 7 school districts. 986 children were enrolled in preschool last year, and we expect over 2,000 enrolled in the current school year. And the children are now all receiving or going and taking the same assessment so that we can track their progress through 3rd grade. And then on Inspiring Summers, this is the summer program so that to prevent learning loss. The 753 children attended last year, and we expect over 1,600 to participate this summer. And then in the at-risk youth prevention, early intervention, one of the major initiatives under this is the youth mental health first aid and providing training to individuals in the community, including in the schools and law enforcement. So 1,322 individuals have been certified in mental health first aid since we began this initiative, with very effective data around their ability to use what they have learned. So 89% report increased ability to recognize mental illness. 91% were able to identify ways to help young people with mental health problems. And finally, 78% have actually come across a real life situation, have applied the skills that they learned through the training. Under transportation, we provide $5 million a year to Samtrans for their paratransit services. That has provided rides for almost 320,000 individuals. That's up almost 10% from last year. 93% on-time average performance. That is within 20 minutes of pickup time, and then 0 trip denials. So no one was denied a ride for Ready Wheels. And then with parks, there are many projects that have been completed and are in progress. These are just some of them in the Coyote Point, Crystal Springs, and Memorial Park areas, as well as various parks have received vegetation fuel management reduction money. And on major capital projects, all of this is in progress. The Public Safety Regional Operations Center, or the ROC, as you can see behind 455 County Center, is underway. The Serenity House Respite Center in San Mateo is also in progress. The homeless shelter site on Maple Street that has the women's jail has been vacated, and the current shelter there, we're working with Life Moves and all of the departments involved to plan for the replacement of that shelter. And then Skylonda Fire Station, that is a rendering of the fire station that is also under construction. And then Cordilleras Mental Health Facility is in the planning stages. And then on technology, the one thing we want to highlight here is the number of public Wi-Fi sites that are now available out in the community. 28 are in operation in the different regions of our county, and 14 sites are still under construction, with over 60 being suggested for new sites. And that's the website for if you want to see where in the community we're planning more Wi-Fi. The Oversight Committee did create a Performance Measures Ad Hoc Committee with Mr. Dan Quigg and Ms. Lynn Shabunka and Ms. Naomi Patridge, who met in January with our staff to go over the performance measures in the annual report. These are the 3 general recommendations that they've made, and we'll work with departments to incorporate this into future reports. The first is to reevaluate performance targets, especially for those initiatives that have been underway for a couple of years. If they have met or exceeded the current year target, to reevaluate increasing, to make sure we increase those targets. And secondly, around geographic data, is being able to show more and more where we are providing services in the county through Measure K funds. And so I don't know if Marshall will be showing some of the maps, but we are continuing to get geographic data on all of the programs and services funded by Measure K, and then visually displaying them through map form. And then this last one around being able to show whether the needs are actually being met. So when we allocated, when the board allocated Measure K funds, it was based on information saying that the needs were there. And then now that we have good baseline data and performance data, being able to demonstrate whether or not we're actually meeting those needs and closing those gaps in the community. There is another item on the board agenda that was on consent, and this is around the Oversight Committee appointments. I just want to touch on this briefly. So the initial board resolution in 2013, when Measure A passed, was to appoint 2 members per district for 2-year terms, maximum 4 years. So we are now, 8 of the 10 committee members will term out as of June 30th of this year. And so the resolution that was on the consent agenda allows for a term of up to three terms, up to 6 years, so that we'll have some continuity with committee members, and we can stagger half of the members. So when you reappoint or you take a look at appointments this year, if you that's one of the areas that we need to address, is the continuity of the committee. And then looking ahead for the 2017-19 timeline, we wanted to give you some key dates. So back in December, your board had some preliminary discussions around the priorities for Measure K, and we're working with departments on that now as they develop their budgets. So coming up on March 28th, we'll be coming back to your board with capital and IT plans. It's an informational item. And then on April 11th, to bring the Measure K recommendations to the board before we submit the recommended budget in June. And then budget hearings are June 19th to the 21st for the entire county budget. And lastly, last slide here is just to show you what the links are for the different websites that we've got. And now I'll turn it over to Michelle Durand, our Chief Communications Officer, who will kick off the education and outreach component of the presentation. And then Marshall will follow her, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good morning, President Horsley, Honorable Board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. Michelle Durand, Chief Communications Officer, and I'm pleased to be here this morning to introduce our presentation on Measure K outreach. As your board is aware, approaching 2 years ago, my team made a concerted effort to begin highlighting and publicizing the really good work that Measure A and now Measure K is doing in the community and for the individuals within it. Our voters were very generous and with their commitment to pass both Measure A and Measure K, and we, like you, understand that it's really important to show them where that commitment is being translated into the community. Our effort has several components. Some of them include social media, including Measure K Monday, every Monday on an annual or on a weekly basis. We'll be highlighting our projects and our services, giving updates to where those are in the community. We also have a style and a branding guide that we provide to departments and to our partners so that they have a clear understanding of how to talk about Measure K. We also have a dedicated website. We launched it as Measure A, and after a brief pause during the campaign season, we are now coming back with it rebranded as Measure K. You'll notice that we've also updated our logo. And momentarily, I will have Marshall Wilson up here to walk you through the details of some of that outreach. But before I do so, as Raina mentioned, we have a new Measure K display out here in the foyer, just another tool, a three-dimensional tool, to illustrate some of our successes, such as the Big Lift, Veteran Services, some of our parks projects. So I do invite you to take a look. I invite the public to take a look. And with that, I will invite Marshall up here. And as always, we are here for any questions or comments that you may have at the end. Thank you very much for your support.
President Horsley, honorable members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers, Marshall Wilson, your Measure K Communications Officer. When you voted to place the original Measure A on the ballot, you pledged to the voters transparency, accountability, and participation. What we've tried to do is fulfill that vision. One way in doing that is creating a website and creating content and telling the human story behind what Measure K is funding. So there's one thing about the actual performance measures. There's also about the human aspect of that. And I'll walk you through this very quickly. You'll see this is essentially a one-stop shop for information about Measure K. We have frequently asked questions, links to the Oversight Committee, infrastructure projects, and a Contact Us spot. The real part of the site, though, is actually, again, those human stories. So each of these tiles represents the human aspect behind it. So what we did is actually a small amount of Measure K funding, overall small amount, is going to help augment the SMART program, the San Mateo County Mental Health Assessment and Referral Team. So we did a ride-along with the SMART team to show what they actually do. And this is a paramedic with a client who was able to go to the client's house and really help her, rather than showing up with lights and sirens on a regular ambulance or putting her in the back of a patrol car, of actually taking her in a very calm, humane manner to the emergency room for some treatment. Unfortunately, her parents had discovered essentially videos on social media of her contemplating suicide, and they were very alarmed. And as what I learned, what people do when they don't know what to do, they call 911. And so the police showed up and they called the SMART team. If we can go back.
Good.
Thanks. Some other fairly new stories on this site is this is the Homeless Prevention Assistance Program. That was your board provided money to the core service agencies. So they, in turn, provide small grants to individuals to help them stay housed. We spoke with a woman who received really a minor sum of money, $900, but to her it was a huge sum to help her stay in a house. She had left her husband through domestic violence and was looking for a place for her and her children to live. And that $900 grant really helped her turn her life around. And just back real quick. And another one, again, to put that human face on it, is in community services. This is your Measure K funds at work. This is a new walk-in freezer at the Ecumenical Hunger Program that was purchased with Measure K funds. What we're also trying to do is mix this up so it's not all stories. This is also a podcast. So the transcript is here below, and you can also click on the headphones for a podcast of it. Now, I know one of the aspects you've all been very interested in is mapping. So this takes a moment to load, but we do have maps of where many of these facilities are. For instance, I think this is,
It takes a while. You're right.
takes a while. One Measure K funds through your board are through family resource centers. So those are essentially social workers embedded at elementary schools around San Mateo County. So we did a story on the family resource centers and also mapping where they are. Well, I guess another second here.
Probably should invest some Measure K money into the IT here.
Yeah.
Sorry about this. I'll just move along here, see if this one will work.
I say anything today, I told you.
For all of your districts, you obviously have district-specific spending that you've recommended to the board and the board has approved. We have maps now that show all that. So each one of your expenditures for your specific district maps is shown. There's a tile for it and a little explanation of where that funding has gone. And we'll be working with each of your staffs to embed that on your pages.
I'm sure there really is a map, so.
Yeah.
Good.
That's great.
It's good, though.
All right.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. Best laid plans, right?
Yeah.
We also have a spotlight on the page. This is the Students with Amazing Goals program out of East Palo Alto and East Menlo Park, which has the lowest graduation rate in San Mateo County. So this is a story about the effort to help the students there. And if you can go to the PowerPoint. And of course, we create all this content, but what good is it if we're not actually sharing that content or telling people what we're doing with those funds? The mouse. So we've been working very closely. Parks has a sign shop. We've been working very closely with Parks, and Parks has received a substantial Measure K funds. So for instance, they created the sign here at Coyote Point Recreation Center to where people go there, they see actually where their Measure K funds, this of course was Measure A then, where their funds were being spent. Your board provided, I think, close to $1 million to South San Francisco to help renovate their library, the historic Grand Avenue Library. So this was on the construction sign out there in front of that library. Through the multiplier effect of social media, we posted on our Facebook page, but again, social media is all about sharing. So here we have a case where the San Mateo County Parks Foundation shared a story and photos that we had put on our Facebook page about the geographic information, the Student Conservation Association going out and mapping trails. And then the Friends of Huddart and Wonderlic Parks shared their photo. So it just helps multiply with that reach. Samtrans, as Ms. Ferrales said, your board is contributing $5 million a year to paratransit services. So we did a story about that and real people who benefit in the community from those services. And this is a photo of Sammy Riley, who's someone who relies on that service. And Samtrans helped share that photo, share that story, and help spread that word. And finally, the miracle of video. This was some early work on the ROC, the Regional Operations Center, that Krista from the county manager's office shot a short video, and it received 3,900 views in a short order. So it really helps to spread that word very quickly on social media and on our website. And if I may draw your attention, finally, as Michelle referenced, we have a Measure K usage guideline that we've developed. And if I can draw your attention to page 4, please. 4 and 5. What we really intend to do there is so there's common language, so people understand when something is Measure K, how to refer to it. So we provide examples if they're writing a news release or having a social media post or otherwise. And then on page 7, you'll see the various Measure K logos and signs we've developed, including a construction sign that will actually go up at the Regional Operations Center elsewhere around the county. So that really concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, great, thanks. Questions, board members? Supervisor Pine?
Sure. I said a couple of questions, a couple of comments. So going back to the kind of the overview of the expenditures for fiscal year 15-16, where we spent about 44 million. So that year we brought in about 80. So maybe Rainey, you could explain a little bit, or refresh our memories about how much we actually allocated and kind of what got rolled over.
You're gonna make me go by memory here, Supervisor Pine.
Generally speaking.
So we have been bringing in about $80 million a year in Measure A-K, and I believe most of it has been allocated. I don't know if Jim is here. We do have some reserves set aside, I believe in the $20 million range, but for the rest of it, it has been allocated either to capital projects or programs and services where they're in progress, they're just not done yet. So we can provide a more comprehensive picture at the March 28th Capital IT project session, and definitely for April 11th.
Because I know in the early years, when we were just getting A up and running, we did allocations. It was harder to spend it. But I guess I was a little surprised that that we only spent that much of the 80. Of course, if it's capital, that takes up a lot of it.
Yes,
and we know how in doing these capital projects is really difficult for a host of reasons.
Correct, like the Regional Operations Center alone
right.
Is, I believe, $60+ million. So, we have some major projects that are taking up a lot of the funds currently.
Yeah, I think if we, the extent we're showing this to the public, we'd want to make sure they can understand what's happening with the rest of the money. So I guess I really just have a couple of other general comments. This idea of doing the geographic data, I think, is terrific. We think we're, it's always good to see, where around the county the investments are made. And, I'm just thrilled by the outreach. And I take it now, we always talk about Measure K, like Measure A is no more, right? It's always Measure K.
Correct,
right?
we're now Measure K.
Got it, okay. But, and I love the logo, local funds, local needs, really like that. I also like the case studies a great deal. There's nothing like, showing how these investments help a person. You describe a program, it starts to sound pretty dry, even to us sometimes. So it's great to see the case studies. I think, again, we do really good work around here, but we also have to tell people about it. So I think this investment in the outreach is really well spent.
Great.
Supervisor Canepa, any questions?
Sure. I just a brief statement. So first of all, thank you for your presentation. And this is just sort of an observation. I think Measure K has allowed the county to pursue bold initiatives, such as the Big Lift and supporting the construction of affordable housing, like the Colma Veterans Village and the soon-to-open Sweeney Lane Apartments in Daly City. This has been a heroic effort on all fronts, including by my colleagues on the board, the county manager and his staff, and especially the voters who overwhelmingly supported Measure K.
You know, last meeting I quoted Dickens, but at today's meeting I'm going to quote Superman, aka Christopher Reeve. Either you decide to stay in the shallow end of the pool, or you go out in the ocean. We are definitely swimming in the ocean now, and the proof is shown by our commitment to combat sea level rise and to move away from fossil fuels by establishing Peninsula Clean Energy. Thank you, Supervisor Pine. It is proven by supporting early childhood development through the Big Lift. Thank you, Supervisor Groom. It is proven when Supervisor Slocum supports with his own discretionary Measure K funds, Dignity on Wheels, a mobile shower for homeless individuals. Thank you, Supervisor. And it's proven when Supervisor Horsley supports with his own discretionary Measure K funds, our county parks and to boost public transportation on the coast. The county's Shared Vision 2025 is about health, prosperity, the environment, and collaboration. Measure K has been a huge catalyst to achieving this vision, and my colleagues deserve great praise for moving out of the shallow end of the pool and jumping right into that ocean. So I just want to thank my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Groom, any comments or questions? Supervisor Slocum?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Ferralis, oh, there she is. Okay. So on the attachment, Appendix I think it is, it starts with a summary table, and there are some listings in the far right-hand column that say below target. I'm not going to go through them, but it says below target. What is the plan in terms of the performance to get those below target areas up to an acceptable level?
Yes, those are, there were a couple of programs that fell in that category, Supervisor Slocum, and so departments who are managing those programs or those contracts will either be working with those organizations to bring them back up to meet performance targets, or make some changes or discontinue those programs for the coming year.
Thank you. So for an example, when it says on page 17, I think it is, that the Veteran Services, I guess, program is below target, we're working to get them up to where they should be.
Yes, so for that one, then we would be working with them to improve on those performance measures.
All right. Thank you. And then earlier in your comments, you said that the committee came up with performance measure improvement ideas. Could you share with us what a couple of those might have been?
So in the board packet on the last, it's actually the last attachment, is the ad hoc committee performance measures recommendations, and they did make the 3 general recommendations around re-looking at performance targets, and then showing the geographic aspect of programs and services where they're being provided, and then focusing on the baseline data and demonstrating whether or not we're actually making progress in closing gaps. They had some questions around specific initiatives, so we'll be working with departments to make some changes or get that information for them. But it's things like, for human trafficking as an example, to provide more context around the arrest numbers and to include the number of arrests, and to see if the arrests are what was expected and to compare that to surrounding counties. So there were a number of recommendations like that where we would work with departments to include those measures in future reports.
Thank you. Just one last quick thing. The summer program has moved from the libraries, I think, to schools. Is that? No, that's not correct.
It's just, they are still provided through the libraries.
Through the library.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe later on you could share with me, at least. I'd like to know where those 700 plus kids that are going to those libraries, where they come from. East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks, Daly City, wherever.
Just yes, we can provide that for you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I could just further elaborate on that question to Supervisor Slocum. the summer school programs, although conducted by the library, are usually conducted in the schools. They're library programs with librarian staff, and they go through the reading. But we really use school sites to do that. It's much more convenient for the kids.
Supervisor Nguru might.
Yeah, the original 4 districts that were the first part of Big Lift had the first library summer programs. Last year, East Palo Alto, which is part of the Big Lift, which had also done its own summer program, kind of coordinated with the library system, and that coordination will continue. So the first 4 cities were South San Francisco, Daly City,
and the coast side.
The coast side.
Yeah, La Honda, Pescadero.
And Pescadero, La Honda. And then Redwood City, East Palo Alto have been added now, as well as San Bruno. And so all of those just happen to fall into county library systems. So it works very well that the county library just goes to the school.
Thank you.
And I attended at least one day of every summer school program and wished that I could have spent the entire summer there. The learning that went on was just incredible.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a couple of questions. Actually, Louise Rogers is in the audience. I'm not asking you to come up, but just in the bipolar early assessment and management, it has 30 youths in that program. I thought we were also looking at, or maybe mistaken. I thought we also looked at teens with their first. You don't have to go up. Just maybe we can talk later. But I just wanted to know if we can do the same thing for teens who get their first episode of schizophrenic disorder, if that's what we call it. But and just we could talk about that later offline. The other just a little quick story on public Wi-Fi in the coast side. That was one of the areas that when Warren and I first pressed ISD to do this, we wanted a couple of places for proof of concept, and one was Pescadero. And we had a recent fire, and the Pescadero market burned down, and that's where we had our Wi-Fi connection. Within 3 weeks, I was getting calls from people demanding that I get that Wi-Fi back up. So it is amazing how it really caught on. In fact, they actually told me I was doing a lousy job because it wasn't up right away, but that's okay. We did get it back up. Walton did get it back up fairly quickly. It was kind of funny that how once you provide a service, they become really dependent on it. The other last question I had is really on paratransit, and I'm not critical of paratransit, but we're really not doing anything new. It's really Samtrans' responsibility. They're not increasing paratransit, I assume. I assume they just
Supervisor Horsley.
They may be doing a better job of it, but
correct. The ridership is up, and so they provide the services through contracts. I would imagine that they would need to increase contracts if ridership is up. But from the standpoint of the services that they were delivering, there's really nothing that is changing.
Supervisor Groom wanted to comment on that.
Thanks, President Horsley. You know, I was the one that kind of led this to get the initial funds, and one of the problems with the paratransit without the additional funds is that we had too many people riding the buses. Instead of maybe 2 people on a trip, there was 3 or 4. And it was taking over 2 to 3 hours to get home. So, and there also has been an extraordinary increase in paratransit service. I think it's well over 10%. And part of that is the aging of our community. And part of that is that we have an increase of people who are disabled. A lot of blindness. So the ridership is up, and I believe it's going to continue to grow as our community ages. And as we try to provide better service for those who cannot drive any longer.
Okay. Just wonder if they ever explored using Lyft or what's the other one?
There is an auxiliary taxi program, but many of the taxis do not have a lift to take a wheelchair.
Okay.
And that's part of the problem.
But for somebody who's blind, they could.
Yes, and they do use taxi service, but it's more expensive actually.
Okay.
And so they try to when in dire situations, there are a lot of taxis out there, but the paratransit system itself, which has a better wheelchair capacity, a better tie down capacity, and a better dispatch system.
Okay. We have one public speaker on this, Martin Fox.
Good morning again, President Horsley, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Supervisor Slocum, Mr. Balpe, and County Council, Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county. Please direct your attention to the jail alternate program paragraph on page 9 of the Oversight Committee's report. It used to be known as the early release of mentally ill prisoners from a jail program when it was first constituted in 2013.
What page is that, Marty?
Page 9. It's a short paragraph that records a history that I think we can learn how to approach these things properly. There's a community-based organization called Voices with Mothers and Others, who I believe is a very effective family member advocate. And I would ask that you consider directing that they replace the family member advocacy that took place back in 2013 that led to the failure of the jail alternate program because it didn't recognize the basic human behavior characteristics that need to be addressed to make that program a success. You've seen it in your law enforcement career time and time again, Supervisor Horsley, and I think we need to replace the former family member advocacy organization with the new Voices with Mothers. Thank you.
Thanks for a comment. Is there a motion to accept the Measure K Oversight Committee's annual report?
I'd make that motion, Mr. President.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We have now item number 5, which is the 9:15 a.m. It's about an hour overdue, but Mr. Porter, this is no parking on the south side of El Granada.
Thank you, President Horsley, members of the board, Mr. Malpe and Mr. Byers. I'd like to go through a PowerPoint slideshow showing the issues at hand. We had a request from a resident on El Granada Boulevard requesting that we install no parking zones on either side of a residential driveway. El Granada Boulevard is on a slope and there's curves, and this homeowner is concerned about safety issues with getting in and out of the driveway in terms of being able to see sight distance. So this is a map showing El Granada. It would be the north side of the street, there's an existing fire lane. So on half of this street, you can't park right now so that you can get emergency vehicles up and down the roadway. At issue is the driveway between 130 and 138 El Granada. Let me just double check and make sure that those addresses are correct. Yes, 130 and 138. So this is a photograph looking up and down the hill when vehicles are parked in the proposed no parking zones. The photograph on the left shows what it looks like with a vehicle in the no parking zone. The one on the right shows what it would look like if no parking were, or if parking were restricted in that location. In terms of support and opposition to this, obviously the two folks that live adjacent to the no parking zones were in favor of it, as well as other neighbors in the neighborhood. There are 3 folks that are objecting to the no parking zones. Those are directly across the street. The responses in support talk about the enhanced safety aspect from the sight distance perspective. Those that object are concerned about taking away valuable parking on the street. The department itself is recommending that the no parking zones be installed to improve the sight distance in the area. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you have.
Questions? Okay, there are 3 public speakers on this. First is Vincent Acuna, and then followed by Eric Harger and Deidre Harger.
Morning, gentlemen. I live at 138 El Granada Boulevard, and I'm the one who put the request in. Out of a concern with safety of me pulling out of my driveway and also the potential drivers that might run into me coming up and down the driveway. I do have concern, and I take into account the concern of the multi-car family concerned with parking. This request would only eliminate 2 parking spots. There are additional parking further up the hill in front of 2 vacant lots, which are not on the blind curve. And so that is why I put in this request. Thank you.
And Eric Harger?
Hi, good morning. I'm Eric Harger. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for hearing me out on the topic at hand. So I live across the street from Vince, and I've been at that place for about 15 years. I'm a local guy. Actually was born at this Kaiser right here. Grew up in San Mateo. I've been in this house for 16 years. So I'm now the old guy on the block. Vince moved in a couple of years back, and everything was fine. My kids, we raised them at this house. Always nervous about our kids playing in the front yard because the speed of the cars going up and down is pretty fast. And we're at the bottom of the hill where they're like, I'm finally getting to the end of this windy road. So my daughter turned 16. She has a car. She's parking on the street. She was given 2 pretty nasty notes on her car, not signed, no phone number, saying who it is that was giving her notes. So she's got a compact SUV, a small SUV. So we had her park in the driveway, and my wife started parking our truck on the street. There's several things here that are off. If you want to go back to those pictures that were up on the streets.
Can you put the picture back up?
So I want to share with you how skewed this is. So first off, can you go back one? So the one on the right here, as you drive up, if you were driving right there, you would slam into the back of my car if that's from the driver's perspective. That's not accurate at all. It's not unsafe. And if anything, I will say this, cars now parked on the street, I have noticed this firsthand. Everybody slows down. It's actually safer today than letting it run rampant. Now, about 8 years ago,
go ahead.
May I continue? About 8 years ago, the fire department took away parking on one side of the street because of a construction project up the street that was blocking the road, and the captain got angry about it and said, I'm just making all of this red. And he did that, and he came through and he did the process, and he made it red. So now we can't park on our side of the street, and this would propose we can't park on Vince's side of the street. I find it also interesting and convenient for Vince to put a parking spot right in front of his house so he can use that when he has guests. So I don't want my 17-year-old daughter to have to park 2 blocks away for his convenience. And in the other pictures, in terms of how they were taken, it's all very skewed. So you can, it's blocking, it's dangerous. Using words like that, it's not really describing the situation at all. A couple other interesting things.
Let me just have you wrap it up pretty quickly, and because you've got Deidre, I guess that's your wife.
Yes. So of the people that are saying they don't want it, if you can bring up that other chart one more time with the yeses and the nos. So let me be clear. My neighbor next door at 155, in between 147 and 175, is adamant about not liking this. The neighbor at 130, we don't know who they are. They haven't moved in. The house just sold. There's nobody living there. So that's wrong. The one next to them, the Passons are adamant against it. Right now, he's taking his wife to San Francisco for cancer treatment and could not be here to talk, but he wanted to talk. And I was told that there were emails sent from several other neighbors to you, to the email on the letter that came in saying, don't do this. So this isn't a 3 to 6 kind of a response. It should be more easily 6 to 6, but the people that are directly affected all say no.
Okay. I'm going to have your Deidre come up now.
Thank you for your time.
morning. Thank you for listening to our issue this morning. I agree with what Eric says, and I do think that cars parked on the street have slowed down cars, and that's the real issue. People drive too fast. It's residential. It's supposed to be 25, and all these people that live up the hill from us drive a little too fast going up and down our street. It's a fairly wide street. If you slow down and you're driving up the hill, you can see around if you're going slowly enough and driving safely. Vince has been very polite. However, when he was having a discussion about this, he asked if we could actually park our car a little farther away from the curb when it's raining so that water wouldn't flood his flower bed. So I don't feel like safety is the only motivator on this issue. We've lived here for a long time. We got parking taken away for safety for emergency vehicles. I understand that, but I feel like this safety issue is more about people slowing down rather than telling us where we can and can't park. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. Could you go back to the first one, to the around the corner? Oh, that one there. Because this is my district here. Just, Mr. Porter, have you guys looked at this at line of sight? Is it possible to only take away that parking there at A? Because it does look like that's where you have the most line of sight problems.
Well, the proposed no parking zones are to address both uphill and downhill lines of sight. So if you were to say, well, we don't want to do A, then leaving the driveway, there'll be less visibility for those cars coming uphill. Alternatively, if you choose not to implement B, then leaving the driveway, looking uphill, there'll be less visibility seeing cars going downhill. So the intent was to be able to provide visibility from both uphill and downhill. So that's essentially, I hope that answers your question, but that was the intent behind the two different no parking zones.
So are you convinced, though, that there is a line of sight problem there?
My staff recommended that this no parking zone be implemented for the visibility issues there. I have not physically been out to the site, but I do believe my staff has been accurate in their recommendations for this item. It's a matter of being able to see getting out of the driveway.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a motion then.
Question?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't know if you have any questions. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Porter. So it's been asserted that the cars are going to go faster when these other, if these no parking zones are put in. What is your take on that, and was that considered in your recommendation?
Through the president, we were really looking at sight distance and not necessarily speed. If we go back to some of the pictures of this location, we are on a hill here, a curvy hill, and people tend to drive fast coming down hills. Whether the no parking zone will cause them to drive any faster could be up to debate, but certainly just based on the topography, we would see speeds, fairly quick coming down those hills.
Mm-hmm. And I may have missed this in the report, but have there been any accidents on this street?
I don't have that information. I can provide it to you, though.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
May I ask a question, Mr. President?
Yeah, sure.
Are these streets wider or more wide or more narrow or because of the curving of the hill? I mean, is that part of the issue? When there's a car parked there, the street becomes extra narrow?
Through the president, on the mid-coast, the width of streets vary considerably. In this case, the fire department felt that the width was narrow enough that they needed to remove parking on the north side to be able to get their emergency vehicles in and out. So, that gives you a sense. Fire typically wants 20 feet clear for their vehicles. So it's not any different than most of the streets out in the mid-coast. Okay. But this is particularly challenging with the hill.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No, that's it. They're done. So I'm going to make what?
I just had a quick question.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Can we go to the chart with the A or the that one? So did I understand the conversation correctly that the data that this chart is based on may be inaccurate given the fact that the site 130, nobody's moved in yet? And if the data is not correct, I personally would like to make sure that the data is correct before we take a vote.
I have no reason to believe that the information provided on 130 is inaccurate. However, if you would like me to verify, we could continue this item for 2 weeks and I can come back with, in fact, I can send you, board members, the information that we have so that you can see firsthand what the support and what the opposition looks like.
Thank you.
I don't know if I had to make a motion to that effect, but I assume that that we could simply put this off for a couple of weeks. I'd like to actually take a look at it and look at the line of sight.
Can we do that?
Do I have to make a motion to that effect, or?
Yeah, President Horsley, you can either do a motion if you want to do it formally, or you can just give direction to staff to bring it back.
Well, then I'm going to
assuming you have consensus.
Do it a simple way. Looks like most board members are willing to do that. So let's put this back, or put this off for a couple of weeks. I'd like to take a look at it myself.
Certainly.
And also talk to your traffic engineer about this issue. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that was a good. I think that was warranted, and I think this issue of speed is worth investigating. You know, kind of solve one problem, create another, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, that a lot of these areas, the people who are speeding are people who live there,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know, it's kind of tough to deal with. But maybe we'll do something else. The item number 6 we'll do in the afternoon, and we're now at item number 7. The recommendation to ratify the proclamation of a local state of emergency for February 14th through 24th for 2017 storms.
Thank you, President Horsley.
Oh, Mr. Porter, once again.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the intervening weeks since we last approached your board, we have seen additional damage. Although the rain has stopped, the hillsides are completely full of water. And what we're seeing now is the water coming out of the hillsides and causing additional landslides and not necessarily flooding, but debris flows. Since we last talked, we've had some major sliding on Old La Honda Road up in Portola Valley Woodside area to the point where there's about 1,000 feet. We had to close that road. There's no access there now. We also had 2 large barrel storm drains fail on Portola Road. These are 2 60 diameter inch pipes. So if you can imagine, there's a 5-foot diameter pipe, 2 of them have failed. That will be a major expensive repair. We also found out Monday morning of another sewer main rupture break in Emerald Lake Hills this time. It's off of Oak Knoll Drive, an easement line where the hillside literally has gone away. This one's worse than the one in the Crystal Springs area. So we're working now to try to slip line that piece of pipe that's hanging out in the air right now. Those are the major new problems. Out in La Honda, the scenic landslide continues to move, albeit slowly. Pescadero Creek Road is open, although there's still water going over it. But right now, we're going out and trying to clean up and open up as much of the roadway system as we can. So with that, we have Bill Fogarty here, Lieutenant Bill Fogarty, that can talk a little bit more about what's going on countywide. I know the park system has been equally devastated as your county roadway system and utilities. We've seen many roads fail in the parks. Many trails have been washed away. There's a lot of trees down as well. And there was one other issue that I wanted to talk about that's escaping me now, but I'm sure it'll come back to my head.
Sure it will.
Yeah. But by and large, you know, the pause in the rains are very positive for us. Through these disaster declarations, the Office of Emergency Services has been working with Cal OES. So we're continuing to enhance that relationship and work towards recovering as much funding as possible on these projects. So with that, if I remember, I will definitely tell you what I forgot.
Okay. Lieutenant Fogarty? Or Captain Zamora, or both? Or okay.
Thank you very much. As was already said, we have sustained most of our damage actually in the unincorporated areas of San Mateo County. We have some damage in other various cities, but it's been relatively minor compared to what was just explained to you. At the present time, we have a little bit over $14 million of estimated damage to the county, and that continues to keep growing as we now continue to keep seeing slides. The state of California Department of Office of Emergency Services has stated to us that we need to continue to make proclamations and that we should have a continuing proclamation in addition to that. So that way we cover all of our bases. The reason why is the federal government has only, at this point, actually made a declaration for January 3rd through January 10th. They have not made any other declarations. So the reason why we're doing ours is to make sure that we have our paperwork into the California Office of Emergency Services so that they can then make their request to the federal government.
Lieutenant Fogarty, the $14 million, is that just the public property damage, or does it also include private property?
At this time, it's just public property. Okay. We're actually taking, right now, notices from people in the community to make sure we can keep track of that as well.
Okay. Any questions? Board members? Questions?
Hey, just a couple. First off, thanks for your ongoing, incredibly hard work during all these constant set of storms. Maybe you could walk me through the reimbursement opportunities. I know we kind of have this Cal OAS and we've declared these emergencies, but then I guess there's a separate potential for a presidential declaration. And then there's a third kind of bucket of things where you can get small business loans. So I'm not quite sure how that all, I wonder if anyone could give me kind of just an overview of those reimbursement mechanisms.
Absolutely, Supervisor Pine. So what has happened is that the state of California and the federal government have said that there have been 4 different storm series that have ended up happening. So with each storm series, we need to make a new declaration for damage within the community.
Okay.
So that's the reason why it's now been broken up into 4. The state of California made an emergency declaration when the Oroville Dam originally started failing, and they actually categorized that as the initial storm damage in January 3rd through the 10th. That one was signed by the President of the United States saying, yes, that was an emergency declaration. At present time, California Office of Emergency Services said that they want to declare a second state of emergency for the next series of storms, which would have been the second series that hit us in January, and then declare a third storm period, which is the beginning of February, and then a fourth period for what just happened last weekend in February. They want to then approach the federal government and ask FEMA to either make them one continuous, which is what we've been asking for on a county level for all 52 counties to Office of Emergency Services, or to go ahead and make sure that we reach what the actual impact level needs to be for the federal government, which is $52 million statewide worth of damage. So obviously the first storm with the Oroville Dam, well over $52 million. The incident this past weekend in San Jose, their damages alone were well over $50 million. They're actually at about $80 million per their own estimates. So I believe that all the thresholds will be made. So as far as recovery, that's the one piece of the puzzle. When you talked about for the small business loans, there needs to be at least 25 households and 5 businesses that end up impacting, but the businesses have to reach an economic level that the federal government decides upon of what actual damage they have lost in terms of revenue or damage to their locations.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Porter, when we met with the residents in the Highlands in connection with the Seneca slide, I recall you saying that our experience has been that when we have these emergencies, we get 20 cents to 80 cents on the dollar. So, we're not going to get reimbursed entirely for this damage, for this 14 million, which my guess is probably going to be closer to 20 million. So I guess maybe a question for county manager too is, let's assume it's 20 million, let's assume we get 50% reimbursement, we get $10 million of uncovered damage. So I just, for budgeting purposes and such, it looks like we're going to have a unexpected substantial need here. And
in any event, we'll have to front the money. The reimbursements usually take 12 to 18 months. So what you will see is an ATR appropriating money from the contingency to the board to front the money for the appropriate work that's being done. And then, of course, once we get the reimbursement, that will restore the fund to the extent that we are reimbursed. So I think, 50 to 75%, I would feel pretty good about. 100%, I don't think is possible.
So I guess this is what we have reserves for, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's why they're called rainy day reserves.
Yeah, that's the ultimate rainy day.
Right.
And now, I'm a little confused. Do we track the problem? We only track the problems in the unincorporated. I mean, it was mentioned that most of the problems, in fact, have been in the unincorporated. But are we also inventorying problems in the cities?
That's correct. All the OAS is the OAS for all the cities, and they were in daily contact with the cities, updating whatever damages were taking place in the cities, and they have a running total of that.
Okay. Yeah. And hopefully we're preserving this record somehow because maybe it'll help us in future planning or future grant applications. I mean, we kind of have this cataloged in some way that we kind of preserve.
Yes, we're tracking all of our costs, all of our time, and of course, each location will be different in terms of the solution. But we've done this before. We'll probably have to do it again. So we're pretty well versed in seeking reimbursement from the state and making sure that procedurally we don't miss any of the check boxes. So we recover as much as possible.
Yeah, my question was also on the lines of 2 years from now, if we needed to go back and look at what happened in these storms, there would be a solid record of all that somewhere.
Yes, definitely. We're tracking everything. I mean, literally everything is documented because the state and federal government will ask for it. So we're tracking all of our costs, all the work we're doing. In terms of kind of lessons learned, there will be a debrief once we get through this winter. But right now, all the crews are focused on keeping the roads open and trying to secure public safety.
That's a great idea to do a debrief because we will have storms more and more in the future.
They actually keep daily logs, if I'm not, as I recall.
You're correct. And just so you also know, we are going to be completing after action reports, starting with our emergency management partners, and then making sure we go out for that as well. Every one of the cities have an emergency manager. This also goes back to a hazard mitigation plan that all of you previously approved,
right,
so that we can address those issues and continue to keep addressing those issues, including climate change and any other impacts we have.
Thank you.
If I can just jump in on just a procedural note. Lieutenant, is that right, Lieutenant Fogarty?
Yes,
indicated that I think you said that for each storm event, we need another proclamation, which, when it storms every 3 days, it seems like, kind of an unreasonable expectation that we come to we declare and have to come to the board for ratification, so on. Yesterday, I received a opinion from the Cal OES General Counsel indicating that a continuing resolution is sufficient. So they seem to be softening their stance on that. I mean, it's very changeable, but they do appear to recognize sort of the unreasonableness of the having to come back to the board every few days. So I just want to point that out. Seem to be in flux.
Any questions, Dave? No. Questions here? I'll go ahead. You remember.
President Horsley, my mind is working again.
All right.
The other location I failed to mention was on Alpine Road. So this morning you approved award of a contract to fix 3 creek bank locations on the creek adjacent to Alpine Road and the trail. There's a 4th location that's now failed. West Bay Sanitary District came in. They put in what's called a stitch pier wall. They basically drilled in 18-inch piers to hold their sewer line up. However, the bank continues to erode. So we'll be evaluating the situation on a daily basis. There's a tree in the creek that's pushing water against that embankment, and it's like hydraulic mining, so it's just kicking the slope off. But we'll talk to our contractor on the Alpine Road project, find out what this person's solution might be, and then we'll work with the different permitting agencies likely to declare an emergency and go in and get this done with this project. We're a bit concerned that if we wait on that segment, we could lose portions of the road by the time we get permits, which is about 2 years.
Would we use a live log crib wall?
It is a.
I'm just showing off that I
tool
remember
in the
that.
toolkit.
That's my favorite too.
Okay, I just want a couple of questions, quick ones. Did we have any flooding in any of our manufactured homes, the Belmont and Redwood City? That's great that we did it.
Well, the city of Redwood City had some flooding down by the Bayfront Canal in their mobile home communities. There is a mobile home park in Redwood City that's one unincorporated pocket.
Yeah.
We did not see substantial flooding in that one. The ones adjacent to it, which are within the city, did see quite a bit of flooding.
Okay.
Just to answer your question, so there was previously an incident that occurred in Belmont Trailer Park in 2014.
Yeah, right.
The mitigation plans that were brought into that, which included pumps, were actually installed. They did their job, and the backup pumps were not actually used. Yeah. So everything worked out flawlessly as approved by the board. In addition to that, there was a seawall that was actually brought in for Redwood City that was raised an extra 20 inches, and the water literally was at 19 inches. So that, again, was a mitigation plan that was put into place and actually worked just as effectively as we predicted it would.
Amazing. That's great. Let me ask you a question about scenic. Now, I know there's nothing we can do until it dries out. Will eventually we be able to stabilize that road and reestablish it, or is it is pretty bad? And if we are able to do that, what happens to the lots where the houses basically are lost?
So we will be looking at different solutions for scenic drive, and we'll have to weigh the cost of repairing that road versus what other options are available. So if we lose the middle of scenic drive and it's, I'm just making up numbers, a ridiculous number, $100 million. Yeah. We would, obviously think about alternate routes into that location. If it's a cost-effective solution to stabilize that road, then we will pursue that option. But until the land stops moving, we can't get in there to really do the proper geotechnical investigation to find out what an optimal solution will be and what the cost of those will be. So we're going to come back to you with that information once we have the land stop moving.
It's a Cuesta La Honda. It's really, the roads are narrow, and hate to lose a potential road because of if you have to evacuate people, or if we lose another road, you can end up having some community members trapped, basically.
Yeah.
So.
And then I didn't answer your second question. The second question was what happens to the lots on either side of it. Ideally, our solution would be fully implemented within the public right-of-way. Yeah. So we would not necessarily need to impact those private properties. In the case of the earlier slide that happened in 98 and then reignited in 05-06, actually FEMA went in and purchased those properties, I think it was 10, and then transferred title to those properties to the county. So that's how we acquired the land within the Cuesta La Honda Guild area. It's uncertain at this point whether FEMA will participate in this disaster. So if they do, at that point, we'll based upon what their actions are, then we'll come back with options for solutions.
And it's my guess that for the homeowners who've lost their homes, that's probably the only potential help that they would get, that FEMA would buy the lot. That's it.
Yes, and it's important to note that Cal OES typically only reimburses on public infrastructure. Yeah. I'm not aware that they reimburse private damage. That's where FEMA comes in. Yeah. So it is important to get that presidential declaration.
Right. Hopefully we get it. Okay, Supervisor Grubb?
I would like to go back to the individual resolutions versus continuing resolutions. I kind of prefer individual resolutions with, as I'm reading Exhibit A here, I think it documents us a lot better and might present a better case when we ask for reimbursement from the state instead of one big resolution.
Yes, and you certainly may. I was just, the point of my comment was just to kind of reflect kind of the state's
but I
guidance
also
on this.
think the more we send to the state, they're going to understand just how much damage we've had as well.
Okay, good point. Now it's time for a motion on the recommendation to ratify the proclamation. Supervisor Canepa, you
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Number 8 now is the San Mateo County's 2017 legislative session program.
Good morning, honorable board members, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. I'm Connie Juarez-Durrell, the county's legislative director, here to present to you the revised 2017 county's federal and state legislative program. So what you have before you is a revised version of the county's legislative program. These are the legislative priorities both at the state and federal level. that we've identified with the assistance of our departments and our lobbying teams both in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. The program is revised on a yearly basis after meeting with departments to talk about what is looming out there in Washington and Sacramento. Just to call attention to some of the priorities that we've identified for the current state session. The big one, of course, is the cessation of the Coordinated Care Initiative and the In-Home Supportive Services Memorandum of Understanding of the governor. The Department of Finance in January sent a notification to counties basically ending the program. That would represent a huge setback for the county's program here, and potentially for counties, all 58 counties that would have to, that represents about $640 million in the first year, potentially rising to $1 billion in the out years, based on some initial analysis that was done by the California Welfare Directors Association. So that is one area that we are very, very concerned about and have been working through our state associations to explain to the administration what those costs might be for us here, and what it represents to the clients themselves in terms of the services that they have been receiving for the past 3 years through that program, which is here in the county, is implemented by the health plan of San Mateo and the health system. The other area that I would like to call your attention to is is affordable housing. While there is no dedicated revenue in the governor's budget for affordable housing, we continue to look at proposals that might incentivize the development of affordable housing, the preservation of affordable housing, and of course, the dedication of a dedicated revenue source for affordable housing. So we will be working with our delegation members on that. And then given the discussion just had about the damages that the county has suffered and all counties have suffered as a result of the storms, transportation, and the and finding another dedicated or more, I should say, more robust funding for transportation and transportation fixes is also important. There is a proposal out there by Senator Bell that's making some headway in the Senate, could potentially get some support in the Assembly. Not quite sure if that may happen, but it's gaining some traction, so we'll have to see. And then lastly, I would just mention at the federal level the Affordable Care Act and what will happen with any repeal and replace of the ACA and the impacts that that would have on the county. So been working very hard with the health system to communicate what those impacts might be, and so we will continue to monitor the situation in Washington and work with the county manager and in communicating that to you. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board? Nope. There being no questions, is there a motion to approve?
Legislative session program.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Connie.
I'd also like to add, thank you, Connie, for the great job that you do and the relationships that you have with all of our leaders in Sacramento.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would say that I think we might make some headway with the CCI. It's at least in our delegation really understood it, so.
Yes.
We're on to number 9, which is the Measure K resolution. I think this is Supervisor Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I wanted to thank and recognize Donna Valancourt and, of course, Dr. Faye McNair-Knox for joining with us on this special Youth Jobs Summit program that we've put together. some time ago, the youth of East Palo Alto met and basically told the leadership that if they wanted the kids to stay out of trouble during the summer, then find those kids jobs. So that's sort of how this Measure K funding request came to be. But it's basically for $25,000 for a 2-day seminar. There'll be 120, hopefully, kids that attend from East Palo Alto, Vale Haven, and North Fair Oaks, as well as Redwood City. And if you've ever been with young people in terms of interviewing for jobs, you know that a lot of kids really don't know the basics of how to shake hands, how to dress, what to say, what not to say during a job interview. So this program, one of its goals is to mentor those 120 kids so that hopefully at the end of the program they can become employed for the summer. I wanted to thank companies like Salesforce and Comcast and Google who have joined us and pitched in and contributed, so thank you to them. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. But with that, I'd make a motion to approve. Am I approving?
It is good.
Measure K, a resolution authorizing an appropriation transfer request of $25,000 to host the Shaping Our Success Youth Job Summit on April 15th and 22nd.
Right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank
Great
you.
program. I forgot there was a public, Marty Fox wanted to make public comment on item number 8. I just overlooked it, sorry.
Oops. Because the hour is late. Good morning again, and thank you for your service. There was a bipartisan bill passed in Congress and signed by our former president back in December called the Cures Act, which provides funding for assisted outpatient treatment kinds of programs, and I would urge that the legislative program include adopting laws and regulations that seek that funding and relieve the general fund of the expenditures the county is currently making on the assisted outpatient treatment program and replace it with the Cures Act federal funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. We're now at item number 10, the county manager's report.
Mr. President, members of the board, I just wanted to call out that in the next few days, Mr. Callaghy and Mr. Byers are going to be meeting with city managers and city attorneys to give them an overview of the landscape for Prop 64, and we will be reporting back after that meeting in a future meeting with the board as to the prospects for going forward with cities or not, as the case may be, with some sort of consistent application of rules and regulations regarding marijuana. Otherwise, if you have any questions on my report, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? Okay. Board members' reports? None? Yeah. Supervisor Slocum?
Sure. Thank you. Just wanted to remind everybody.
What's the laugh? Oh, no.
About the Age Well, Drive Smart Older Driver Seminar, which is tomorrow, March 1st, at the Veterans Memorial Center in Redwood City from 9 a.m. to noon. I'll be there and would invite anybody that wants to join in. And then on April 4th, the next Age Well, Drive Smart Older Driver Seminar will be in Foster City. Second thing.
Your time was up. No, I was kidding.
Reset the timer. The second event I wanted to share with you is, as you know, we have a new poet laureate. And this Saturday, March 4th, at the East Palo Alto Library, starting at 2 o'clock, Lisa Rosenberg has selected 18 poets from ages 7 to 70 who will be reading their poems about, quote, heart.
Great.
March 4th.
Thank you, Supervisor Slocum. Supervisor Pine, any report? Supervisor Canepa.
Just wanted to adjourn in memory of Elizabeth Biagini. She's an original homeowner in Broadmoor Village. Also, the son-in-law, many of you know, of Jeff Bolton, who serves as a fire captain in Redwood City and the chief of Colma Fire Department. So she She was the original homeowner, and her love, care, and support will be missed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks. We'll adjourn out into closed session.
Yes, and President Horsley, I'm not anticipating there'll be any report out of closed session.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, and we'll begin this afternoon's study session, February 28th, 2017, study session on the foster youth. I thought I'd start off by saying why I really asked for this study session, and why it was important to me. And we've actually been in conversations with the Human Services Department and with probation on this subject for well over 6 months. And actually, I think during that time period, I think we've probably made a lot of changes. And, I'm not saying the department was siloed before. They weren't. They actually worked rather closely together as it stands. But there were some things that we picked up on during the time that we've been studying this for the past 6 months plus. So I want to thank both Ileana and John and Nicole, and especially Sarah Rosendahl from my staff working on this with me. I thought I'd tell you how I first got interested in foster youth. Didn't know much about it until sometime when I was still a sheriff, and I was in a Rotary Club, and one of the things that we were asked to do was to mentor high school teens. And so I took on a young man who was kind of a troubled young man, and he was in foster care. And I had a pretty good relationship with him, and I met with him on a weekly basis. I really didn't have any of the tools or resources to be able to help that young man out. And once he aged out of the system, he didn't do very well. And he really floundered. And I had no idea what I could do, and I didn't know where to turn. So in any case, that experience kind of propelled me that when I left the Sheriff's Department, because this was fairly short after that, I volunteered to be on the CASA board because I just wanted to know more about, what does CASA do, because I knew it was a court-appointed special advocates for teens, and I knew something about the program, having, I knew a few people had been involved in it, and I was really impressed with what an advocate who really cares about a kid in foster care could really make a significant difference, because there needs to be some kind of a caring adult in every child's life. And we talk about, or I've heard that saying about it takes a village. Well, the reality is it does, and it takes more than family sometimes. It takes sometimes a strong advocate. And in fact, probably all of us in our lives had mentors. I know when I worked as a kid, and I was a petroleum distribution engineer, when I was working at gas stations, basically, so teen, there were people that, who, they weren't necessarily college grads, but they had an influence on me. There were people who did detail on cars, and I learned from them, and we probably have all had those kinds of mentors in our lives that have helped us in our careers and our lives and making good decisions. So, and the other thing is that I sort of kind of followed along with. We have this summer jobs program, and for foster youth, and we pair them with county employees. And I, along with our county manager, always attend all of those sessions. And it was kind of at the end of summer. It was an opportunity for us to talk to those foster youth and, sort of really congratulate them for their experience. And, we hear from them, and you hear from both them and the employee that they worked alongside with. And it really, again, it's a program that really is effective and really helpful, and it's kind of an adjunct to, or maybe a supplement to, things like a CASA program. So, I think what we do here in the county really is incredibly important to these children, teens, young adults, because generally, but not always, they don't have anybody else to rely on but us. So I actually made it one of my personal goals during this year as the president to focus and see what is it that we could do to improve the lives of foster youth, ask the question, can we really do better? And, the other thing I thought about, I have 3 kids. Every single one of them had to fall back on me at one point in their life. Every single one of them. They never went off and did great. They always came back, and I was there. But what about the foster kids? Who's there for them? So, I know oftentimes people think that government is just, cold-hearted. All we care about is process, procedures. It's not really true. And you could see that in all the county employees that we have, the people in probation, the people in human services, and our health department, even our county manager. And I know, John always talks to kids, and I know one of the things that years ago we even set up a scholarship fund in John's name because he also cares about. So the thing is that we all here on the board care about foster kids, and in any case, I think we're going to be hearing from HSA, from probation, and from people who work with foster kids or teens and adults, and we have 2 former foster youth who are also going to speak with us today. So let me begin first of all with Ileana Rodriguez and Nicole as well. I guess Ileana's first.
Members of the board, Mr. Malpe and Mr. Byers. I'm Ileana Rodriguez, the Human Services Agency Director, and it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. The Human Services Agency's mission is one of the safety net providers for residents in San Mateo County. We help those residents who are poor, low income, in need of assistance with employment, or at risk of abuse and neglect. This afternoon, we're going to take a deeper dive into one of the branches of the agency, which is the child welfare branch. With me this afternoon is Nicole Pollack, the Assistant Agency Director, and she'll provide an overview of the services and programs that we have in place, followed by Chief Keene, my colleague from probation, who will chat about those children who are in his system and may be dual children or youth that are in our system, and Chief Keene's. Followed by our panel of CBOs that we partner with. We have over $40 million in contracts throughout our agency to support our foster youth. Silicon Valley Children's Fund, Central Labor Council Partnership, Star Vista, and Thrive Academics. And then we'll conclude by hearing from some of our youth themselves, Jeffrey Devers, JD, and Selena Melchor. And then we'll come back and answer any questions you may have. So I'll hand it over to Nicole.
Great. Good afternoon, President Horsley, honorable members of the board, Mr. Maltby and Mr. Byers. Nicole Pollack with the Human Services Agency. So today I'd like to start the presentation with an overview of Children and Family Services, otherwise known as Child Welfare, lovingly known as CFS. I will then dive into caseload trends, provide you with demographics, our local demographics. We'll talk about the services in conjunction with our partner agencies that are provided to our youth and teens. And then finally, we'll talk about our priorities and challenges upcoming in CFS. So with that, I'd like to exemplify the values that you see up on the screen by describing the typical dynamics of a case we serve, including quotations from this specific case. A single mother of 5 children, we'll call her Joni. Joni was in a domestic violence relationship and also had substance abuse issues. The children were ordered into protective custody by the courts, and the mother stated, "We fought a lot. We were really physical with each other. We did drugs, and he liked to go out a lot." The children were placed both in relative homes and foster care homes. The mother was not progressing per her court-ordered case plan, but developed a very strong relationship with her social worker. And eventually, she made the choice to become clean and sober. So she entered into a sober living environment. And she stated at that point, "You may be angry with the whole system. You may be sad about losing your kids. Trust your case managers. They are your number one person who is going to stand up for you and get you the resources that you need." So Joni entered and completed residential treatment. She attended parenting classes at the same time and decided to break off her domestic violence relationship. After she exited the sober living environment, she was able to obtain employment and received support through community-based organizations and her church. She successfully reunified with her children, but that wasn't the end of Joni and her family. We stepped in to provide in-home counseling and support services so the family can work together to learn to establish positive familial relationships and boundaries. The final quote from Joni: "You can't give up on your kids because they're not going to give up on you." So this provides you an overview of our locations within the county. As is exemplified, we are located, our hubs are in the north, the mid, and the southern regions of the county. In addition, we have services, early intervention and prevention services located at 14 different community-based organizations and schools throughout the county. This will give you kind of an overview prior to entering foster care, our core services, which is in foster care, and post services. So the Family Resource Centers, or FRCs, those are the prevention and early intervention services that I mentioned provided at the school sites and community-based organizations throughout the county. The psychiatric social workers collaborate with school and CBO personnel to provide counseling to families both in their home and at the school site with the goal of preventing entry into the child welfare system. The core services, which is your middle column, these can be described as the services that we are legislatively mandated to provide. And I'll give you a basic but typical flow of a case running through the core services column. The flow of a case is that an initial call comes into the hotline reporting suspected abuse or neglect. And a social worker investigates the allegations and makes a recommendation to the court. If the court substantiates abuse or neglect, there are two options. The first is family maintenance, and that is the child may return to the home while the family is receiving services. It has been determined safe for the child to return home, and the family just needs a little bit of support, or maybe a lot of support. The second is if the child is placed outside of the home. We immediately move to supporting the family toward reunification. That is our ultimate goal, is to reunify the families. The child may be placed with relatives or friends or in foster care. At the same time, we are concurrently planning for adoption in case reunification is not successful. And we also manage the adoption process. So the next is Assembly Bill 12, AB 12, took effect in California in 2012. And youth can opt into foster care after emancipating out of the foster care system, and they're able to receive services until the age of 21. The goals are to maintain a safety net of support while the emancipated youth experience independence in a supervised living situation. And it provides youth the extra time needed in order to obtain education or employment. So moving into caseload trends, you can see the very top line, which is the allegations. We receive many calls or allegations of abuse or neglect. Some of the calls that we receive are informational calls, some are educational in nature. But to be substantiated, the abuse must fall underneath the Welfare and Institutions Code. And there are four main categories which I will detail briefly. The first category is serious physical injury inflicted by something other than accidental means. The second is harm by reason of intentional neglect, malnutrition, or sexual abuse. The third category is going without necessary and basic physical care. And the final main category is willful mental injury, negligent treatment, or maltreatment. So we investigate the allegation using an evidence-based tool called structured decision making, which determines the risk of safety and the risk of harm within the home. We provide that evidence to the court, who ultimately decides if the abuse is substantiated. So you can see the cases on substantiated children are much lower than the calls that we receive. The next is moving into the types of cases once abuse has been substantiated. During family maintenance, which is the blue line, services are provided while a child remains safely in the home. The second, family reunification, the child is out of the home, and services are provided working toward reunifying the family. And then finally, permanent placement. This is if reunification has not been successful. We need to identify a permanency plan for the youth, and the plan can include either legal guardianship or adoption. Moving into demographics, the percentage of females in foster care is slightly higher than the percentage of males in foster care, and that's not displaying well, so I'll tell you exactly what those percentages are. The percentage of females in foster care, we have 56% of our youth in foster care that are female, which equivocates to 172 females in care. 44% are male, which is 135 male youth in care. Moving into the age range, so you can see the 38%. That is the bulk of youth in foster care fall into the 11 to 17-year-old range. And then 28% are the Assembly Bill 12 or AB 12 youth or non-minor dependents that have opted in to receive services and support. Moving into caseload demographics by ethnicity. Nationally, there is racial disproportionality predominantly among African American children represented in the child welfare system. And again, that's nationally. Here in San Mateo County, the largest represented populations in children and family services are Hispanic and Latino youth. The percentage of disproportionality may also appear large because of the small size of our caseload and the fact that our caseload is shrinking. Nevertheless, we need to investigate the reasons and trends behind the larger representation of Hispanic and Latino children within Children and Family Services in San Mateo County and provide deeper education to prevent entry into the system. This next slide shows the placement of children in foster care. And the first column shows the foster youth within San Mateo County. Now you'll notice at the very top is the county shelter and receiving home. And this is something that we operate within San Mateo County. And it's temporary while we are searching for placement. So that is only listed on the in-county placement piece. Most of the children in the county are residing with relatives, and that is 79 children, or 64% of our youth in county are residing with relatives. Now, on the out-of-county placements, there's a higher incidence of children in foster homes, Primarily, it's difficult to find foster homes for teens, which do make up 38% of our population. And also the high cost of housing in San Mateo County also leads to out-of-county placements.
Before you go, how do you find people out of county to do foster placement?
We have foster family agencies that we work with that will recruit foster families, and so we work with the foster family agencies in order to make the match between the youth and the foster home that's appropriate for the youth. At times it's out of county.
Oh, okay.
So this is an interesting state and Bay Area regional wide comparison. And what this does is it takes a look at out-of-home placements, so the children that are not residing in their home, compared to the per thousand children. So I'll describe this a bit. San Mateo County has 1.5 children per 1,000 children residing in our county placed in foster care. And this is the second lowest in the Bay Area region and far below the state average of 5.9 children per 1,000 children residing in care. One of the reasons behind this statistic is the fact that we have an affluent population, which does mitigate some risk factors. In addition, the board and the county manager's office have provided a lot of support and interest, which allows us to provide additional services and partnerships that maintain children safely in their homes. So I'd like to move into the partnerships, starting with the out-of-care category. And the out-of-care category can also be referred to as prevention and early intervention services. I mentioned the family resource centers that provide behavioral counseling in the schools as well as in-home. And family resource centers are funded through Measure A, Measure K. The Keller Center for Family Violence Intervention provides forensic medical evaluations and social service coordination, and this is located at the San Mateo County Medical Center. This is a partnership with health, law enforcement, community-based organizations, the courts, and the purpose is to end the cycle of family violence. Once the children enter care, we have a partnership with public health. This is also funded through Measure A, and we have public health nurses that work within child welfare. They're assigned children and have a caseload. Their goal is to ensure that the children have proper medical examinations, dental examinations, their immunizations are up to date, and any other medical needs are taken care of by a medical professional. That is a critical partnership, again, with Family Health and funded by Measure A. Pathways to Wellbeing provides mental health services to children who meet certain criteria, and this is a partnership with behavioral health. The goals of this program are that children with mental health needs have a thorough assessment. There's shared responsibility between Children and Family Services and behavioral health. There's collaboration between the two agencies. We ensure that the patient, it's patient-centered treatment, that the youth and families have a voice into their treatment, and ultimately that the treatment enhances permanency and stability. Moving into partnership with the schools. So educational liaisons are funded through a partnership with the San Mateo County Office of Education. Behavioral health and legal aid also provide or assist to ensure that children in care receive the educational supports that they're entitled to receive if they have physical, mental health, or learning differences. The percentages, you can see that we have respectively 12% of our youth in county and 15% of our youth out of county that are receiving IEP services, just to give you a general comparison. And the general school population, 10 to 15% of the general school population receives individual education plans. And if a youth is considered alternative or an at-risk youth, which foster youth fall into this category, the rate is typically 30%. So the fact that we're at 12% and 15%, we fall within the normal range. Continuing on with our partnerships with schools, what this slide depicts is that 90% and 92% of our youth, respectively, are in the grade that they are assigned for their appropriate age. For example, if they're 8 years old and should be in the 3rd grade, then they are. That's what this measures. Now, the difference between in-county and out-of-county placement is for children. So again, because of our shrinking caseload and our low caseload size, it's for children between the 90 and the 92%. All of our children,
Can I just?
Of course.
This measures that they're in the grade that's equivalent to their age, but it doesn't necessarily indicate if they're at reading at grade level.
Correct.
Or if they're, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So what happened through collaborations with the school, you're leading me right to my next point, so thank you. Okay. Through collaboration with the schools, we're working to define the semantics, and this is something we just recently discovered. You're 100% on target. So our conversations have led us to believe that we need to measure levels of proficiency. It's different than grade level. And proficiency will better detail if the youth are performing at grade level for math and reading levels. That can be evaluated through the GPA, grade point average if the youth are in middle school or high school, and also reading and math levels at the beginning of the year and mid-semester. So, yes. Ultimately, though, with grade level, just to finish up this slide, all of our children in kindergarten through 8th grade are at grade level. And we have 78% and 83% respectively of high school youth that are at grade level. But something we need to work on. So once a youth begins 9th grade, they participate in our Independent Living Skills Program, also called ILP. And this prepares the youth to live as an independent adult once they emancipate from the system. Listed on your screen are categories of skills in which the youth are prepared. And I'll give you a little bit of detail behind each category. So college prep includes looking at graduation requirements, financial aid and scholarship assistance and application assistance, college admissions processes, as well as college visitation field trips. So that's just a sampling. Goal setting, this happens one of the first courses, and this is how to set goals in high school. So our youth that come in around the age of 14 entering high school go through this. How to set goals in high school and recognizing and achieving personal goals. Self-care includes items such as nutrition, exercise, self-advocacy, how to grocery shop, how to prepare a healthy meal on a budget. I think I probably still need some work in that myself. Financial literacy includes how to establish and keep bank accounts, how to manage and balance a checking account, how to use online banking, developing financial budgets, including things that are boring, such as paying rent, paying utilities, how to run a household instead of buying video games first, those types of things. Career development, the youth are linked with our employment services specialist staff who assist in career exploration, and they help the youth to develop a plan of how to enter the career field of their choice. And then finally, living on your own. This is an advanced course. It includes housing options as the youth prepare to emancipate. And this covers topics such as rental and lease applications and assistance in completing those. Managing the landlord-tenant relationship. Housing representatives through the Department of Housing, our partners, are available. And we link the youth, if appropriate, as they're emancipating, with housing vouchers. For foster youth, it's called FUP vouchers, but they're housing vouchers. Our non-minor dependents. So Assembly Bill 12 was enacted in California in 2012, and foster youth emancipating from the system can opt in to become a non-minor dependent while attending school or working or seeking employment. And this provides them with additional support needed as they work to become self-sufficient. In San Mateo County, we have 96% of our youth that have opted into AB 12. 63% are in college and 7% are attending vocational training or trade school. The 30% that are not attending college or vocational training are working or seeking employment. The types of homes that the youth choose, most youth choose to live on their own or with relatives, as is depicted here. Defining traditional housing, which is, I believe, 8% of your screen, that's the site that we owned at Orange and Grand in South San Francisco. And that is a single site that the youth live in, and we contract with Star Vista, who provide case management and additional services and support services to the youth. Community partnerships. We have, as Ileana mentioned, $40 million in contracts, and this slide depicts a breakdown of the funding that we've committed and the additional partnerships that we utilize to better serve our youth. This funding is a mixture of federal, state, and local funds, but we tried to group it the best that we could so we could properly depict what's being contracted or pieces of it within the community under what category. So future priorities. Continuum of care reform is new legislation in California that was enacted January 1, 2017. And it seeks to ensure that youth are not placed in congregate care or group home settings long term. This will increase the need for local foster parents, which are now being referred to as resource families. And what our local need is are resource families that reside in San Mateo County that will house the teenaged youth that we have in foster care, which was the bulk of our youth. 38% of our population are youth between 11 and 17. So we need resource families in county that are willing to take our teens. AB 12 youth or non-minor dependents struggle to remain in college due to high housing costs in San Mateo County. Oftentimes we've heard that our youth need to leave school because they need to increase their employment in order to make ends meet. So we're working with the Department of Housing to determine development options. One of the options that we're exploring is increasing the capacity at the Orange and Grand site. We're working with a BODE regarding housing locator services, so once the emancipated foster youth are linked with the FUP or housing voucher in partnership with the Department of Housing, we link them with a BODE to find a landlord that will accept the housing voucher in order to move the youth quickly to permanent housing. And we're also partnering with the Foster Youth Advisory Board. We would like to engage the Foster Youth Advisory Board in the planning process and also ensure that their needs are met. So I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors and the County Manager's Office for their support of Children and Family Services, and more specifically for the youth in our care. I also want to thank our partners. It does take a village to raise a child, especially if the child is in the system, and that becomes the parental responsibility. Finally, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the social workers and support staff that care for our youth and strengthen families on a 24/7 basis. So with that, I'd like to turn with your...
Before you do that,
Yeah, please.
Any questions of Nicole?
A couple.
Okay. Supervisor Pyatt.
Thank you, Nicole, for all this information and data and try to get us kind of grounded in the scope of what we're discussing. So when we use the word, foster care, I mean, I've typically always thought about kids out of home, but that's not right? When we foster care, it's both in home and out of home.
If a child, so through the chair, please, Supervisor Pine, if a child is in foster care, it means that they're residing in a foster care home setting, but there's multiple different types. For example, a child could be considered in foster care, but the foster care setting is an aunt or a relative or what have you.
They're not with their biological family.
Not with their biological parents. Now, in family maintenance, for example, let's take the case of Joni. So Joan, that I mentioned the story. Joni was in a domestic violence relationship, but ended the domestic violence relationship. So the children could reside safely in the home with services to Joni. At that point, they're still receiving family maintenance services or family reunification services, but they're in the home because the immediate threat has been removed, which in this case was the boyfriend that was the abusing party.
So, like, for example, on the caseload trend, it's hard to reference the slides by page number, but you had family maintenance, family reunification, permanent placement.
Mm-hmm.
So, in that case, some of those children are with their biological parents, because your total there is like 484.
Yes. So the family maintenance, the children most likely are with their biological parents or whether, yeah.
Because in the next slide, we say there are 307 children in foster care.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we got to be really careful when we, like in this slide, we have 484, but some of those aren't really in foster care.
And it could be because, and I'll have to investigate the numbers for you, but I know that there was a difference. Assembly Bill 12, the AB 12 youth are considered in foster care, but they're not necessarily, they may or may not be residing with their families, but I would have to take a look a little bit further into.
Yeah, I don't mean that, my purpose here is not to nitpick the numbers just as much as, if someone were to,
the 306.
If I were talking to someone about this and they say, well, geez, how many kids are in foster care? I kind of got a lot of different numbers. And, is it a 500-person issue? Is it a 300-person? I mean,
307 youth are in foster care.
And they're outside of their families.
Yes,
okay.
307 to be exact.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mentioned that the caseload is shrinking. Could you comment on that a little bit?
Yes. So we have the third lowest caseload in the state of California. We have traditionally been low in the county of San Mateo, but we see that it's shrinking, and primarily because there could be multiple reasons. Number one, our population is affluent, which does mitigate some of the risk factors that might bring youth into the system. And number two, we can attribute it to the support and the resources that the board has generously allowed us to pursue and our wonderful partnerships. We offer very robust services in this county, and we are able to tailor services to youth. We also have deep prevention and early intervention programs, and so those are some of the causal factors.
Okay. And the last one for now, when you showed that chart about allegations of child, abuse or childhood risk, there's a lot of allegations. Like in 2016, there were 3,600, but 330 were deemed substantial.
Correct.
I imagine how hard a call is that? Like, in other words, if you took the next 50 kids, from 330 to, I guess this is where the court has to who makes that decision? How are those decisions? You mentioned there's a metrics and a system for assessing the situation, but I'm just trying to get a sense for how much of a bright line that is.
So as we do have a evidence-based tool that we use to assess risk and harm, And the social worker who is trained to use that tool goes out, presents all of the investigation, and there's further investigation in talking with medical personnel, collateral parties, for example, neighbors or whomever, teachers, whomever may be involved. All of that is presented to the court, and the court ultimately makes the decision per the Welfare and Institutions Code. So it's a very legalistic process.
So is it fair to say that the law the law is written in a way that they really want the kids to stay at home? I mean, it really has to be pretty extraordinary to get a child out of a home. I think, is that a fair description of how it's set up? It must be.
I wouldn't say that the law is prescribed, and again, it looks at very serious cases. I think one of the benefits, again, with the partnerships that we have, is cases that don't necessarily rise to the Welfare and Institutions Code level of serious abuse, neglect, sexual abuse, harm. We refer to our partner agencies to provide those services so they're not just dropped. We can also provide the counseling, prevention, early intervention. But there's definitely a standard with the courts and the Welfare and Institutions Code, penal codes that must be followed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, if I could just add to what Nicole said, I do think that the law in this state has a very strong emphasis on reunification. So even if an initial decision is made to remove the child from the home, I think it's fair to say that the courts and certainly the Human Services Agency are working toward reunification whenever that's possible.
Great.
Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. I just have several questions. How many people do we currently serve at the Orange Avenue location?
We have a triplex, so through the chair, please. We have a triplex, Supervisor Canepa, and it can house, I believe, we have 8 currently, so we're looking at expansion of that capacity.
And what are you looking at in terms of expansion? What's the number?
That remains to be determined. So we're working with the Department of Housing right now and have meetings scheduled with developers and the Foster Youth Advisory Board, taking a look at our statistics to look at growth and what's possible. So that number still needs to be determined.
Great. And just one final question, Mr. President. What is the give me a little background on group homes right now? And,
yes. Yeah. So group homes, really, they provide congregate care to youth. And group homes have, at this point, and I don't want to go too far into it, different levels of care that they're licensed to provide. So they're licensed through community care licensing. And they may provide for severely mentally ill, youth with severe mental illness. They may provide services to youth that are in Chief Keen's system. They may provide services to lesser scale intensity. So what's happened in the state of California is due to the lack of foster care homes, group homes have been used by many counties as a last resort option, but youth have been residing in group homes probably longer than what the original intent was there. So with continuum of care reform, it reduces that, and it says, yes, group homes can be used to treat the mental illness for a short term, and then bring the child back into foster care, because all children deserve to grow up in loving, stable families, not in an institutional setting.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just referring to this community partnership chart.
Yes.
Yep. Would it be fair for me to add up all these numbers and then divide by 307 to get the cost per unit for a case?
No, it doesn't work, Supervisor Slocum, primarily because we have additional contracts that are in different categories or individualized contracts. We also have federal, state allocations.
Excuse me, do you happen to know what the cost per case is, just to get to the bottom line?
We've calculated that, but I don't have it off the top of my head. I'd be happy to get back to you with that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If I may, someone mentioned 40 million before, but I wasn't clear whether that was 40 million for foster kids or 40. That I didn't know what that $40 million number was about.
That's in, you want to, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm good, but go ahead.
We have 78.2 million total budget. The 40 million was in contracts. You can divide, probably take 450 children, and that'll give you an average cost per child.
Any other questions? I just have one question. First of all, that was a great presentation. I know you've worked on that for a long time. You did a really nice job of it. Have we ever done longitudinal studies with foster or kids who have been in, or I guess children, teens, adults who've been in a foster care system to see how they do in the future, for like 5 to 10 years down the road? I mean, I know that's difficult to do.
Has
Has anybody ever done that?
Yes, so President Horsley, there's been plenty of longitudinal studies that have been done by Stanford University, other well-renowned universities. So they are out there. If you have a specific interest, I'd be happy to take a look and provide you with those details.
I'm curious about how many foster youth end up in homelessness, for example, as an instance. But we can talk about that offline later, but thanks if you can get that for me. And now I think it's John Keene is going to make a presentation on probation, because probation does have play a part with foster youth.
Through the president, before John starts, just to kind of complete the answer to your question, President Horsley. In general, most of those studies indicate that kids don't do very well the first 5 years after emancipation.
Okay.
High rates of homelessness, high rates of healthcare issues, high rates of interdiction into the criminal justice system in general. And that's one of the reasons why I know the board has put so much time and effort into programs, particularly leading up to and post emancipation, to provide that safety net for kids, to help them get launched into life and become productive adults. But that's a very dangerous period of time, according to most of these studies, for foster kids.
And that's the experience that I've had with my children as well at that age. Mr. Keene.
So I was just, good afternoon, everyone. I was just mentioning that Nicole did such a wonderful job of kind of outlaying some of the background data. Rather than bore you with that material again, I would like to actually maybe talk specifically about some of the differences between the probation youth versus the information you just heard. So there are a lot of very basic similarities in terms of what we do. I will tell you off the top, our numbers are even smaller than what you heard from HSA's perspective. We currently have 17 kids that are in our placement unit. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of historical data in terms of where we are today versus where we've been. But those 17 kids of today, we are currently, when you look at how the state breaks down large counties, medium-sized counties, and small counties, we currently are, I think, next to the last in large county size in terms of our placement numbers. Now, historically, the reason why we've gotten to a place where our numbers have declined, you have to go back in terms of why probation utilized group homes to such a high level before. A lot of that had to do with, quite frankly, a lack of trust for the Department of Juvenile Justice, DJJ, or CYA, what it used to be called. Oftentimes, probation departments throughout the state would utilize group homes as a kind of replacement for that. One of the things that has, I think, quite frankly, been a tremendous benefit to probation youth up and down the state has been the building of relationships between Health and Human Services / social services and probation departments. I'm very fortunate here that I have an outstanding relationship with the team here, because that helps us with a lot of the challenges that come with trying to find ways to advocate for probation youth. Probation youth, in terms of kids that are represented in the foster care system, it has been our understanding and our discovery that they face significant challenges with regard to some of the stigma that comes along with having been a kid who's been troubled, as well as a kid who has been placed out of home for a variety of reasons. So you all asked a couple of interesting questions and how it relates to probation, so I'm going to try to do my best to recall those questions and make the difference between the two. You had asked, one of the questions that was asked before was the average cost per youth. So in probation youth, that would break down to $147,000 per kid. Now, most of the probation youth that generally go to a placement tend to have more of a high-level placement that's necessary. So Nicole did a great job of kind of telling you a little bit about how the group home settings are broke down by kind of levels. And so most of the probation kids, unfortunately, have to go to some of the higher-level homes for support. Those homes cost more, obviously, than the homes that are on a lower level. Also, most times, probation youth who have to go to some high-level placements, unfortunately, do that outside of their natural communities. And so sometimes that could mean that those kids are going to go to placements out of state. Of the 17 kids that I currently have in my placement unit, I do have one who's residing out of state at a high-level placement. As far as the general mission we have in probation, so I'm going to take a step back and just kind of go through my discussion here. Our mission in probation with regards to this population is no different than the rest of the kids we serve. Our goal is to try to create opportunities for rehabilitation, but also similar to my partners in HSA, our goal is to empower the families and the kids to actually move towards reunification. We're not looking for the kids to remain wards of the court, for an extended period of time. Unfortunately, though, there are situations where the delinquent behavior is so significant and the parents' inability to support the kids through that behavior, it does become necessary to place those kids out of home. That process is done in a multi-team, multidisciplined team fashion where we get together and we talk about what's in the best interest of that child. Ultimately, if it's an opportunity where we can strengthen the family to provide resources to the parents, that actually would be our first goal. Our first goal is not to remove kids from the home if we can avoid that. So we put together a lot of experts in terms of the relationship and conversation about what's best for an individual child. And in an instance where it's determined that out-of-home placement is what's necessary, we will then have a probation officer look for a placement that matches that individual child's needs. First goal is obviously to try to find a placement that's close in the community where he or she can still build those relationships and contacts with the family. Because we know the longer you separate that, the more challenging it is for our young people to come back to it. Secondarily, we also then are looking within the state. Group homes, and particularly group homes that probations have used, those numbers are starting to go down significantly. It was talked a little bit about CCR and how that benefits and how the goal of CCR is to move towards more foster families and less towards placement facilities or foster homes. The reality is, while I support the concept of CCR, I think this board has heard me mention before my concerns that probation youth already face significant challenges with regard to finding opportunities back home. And so to believe that there are going to be placement and foster families available for kids who've had significant delinquent behavior, to me, seems to be a challenge. Once we determine that the kid needs to go to placement, we'll find a placement that's the best place for that individual and then work on a plan to bring them home. Our goal is as soon as we get them there, we're already trying to figure out how to get them back home and how to get them back into their communities. Hopefully, at the same time, we're working with the parents while the young person is away, trying to see what else we can do to strengthen that family in preparation for the young person to come back. Once the young person goes to their facility and actually makes it back home, we then go have further ongoing support for that family and that young person in what we call aftercare. Once again, the goal is to try to strengthen the family, have that child, and have the young person do well. When I look at just overall placement as a whole in probation, there is a downward trend across the state with relation to probation and placement numbers. In another lifetime, I supervised a placement unit myself where we had upwards of 400 kids in placement at one time. And so to be here today and stand in front of you and see only 17 kids, I think that is hopefully a reflection of early intervention that's happening on the part of my partners who get a chance to work with the families much sooner than I. But also I acknowledge that in a county like San Mateo, a lot of the things we've already talked about are very present as well with regard to issues around housing and to be perfectly frank, families we would traditionally service are no longer going to be able to afford to live in our county. So I think that will contribute significantly to our numbers in probation just as a whole continuing to go down. Also, I look at trends. Traditionally, probation has not had significant numbers of girls represented in our placement numbers. We've always fluctuated somewhere between 10 to 15%. Of the 17 young people we're servicing right now, we currently don't have any girls. which is quite honestly a unique situation because a lot of work has been done around the CSEC population, and we also know that a lot of times the CSEC population also kind of mirrors in terms of the placement kids that you may have. But currently right now we are not supervising any young ladies. Disproportionately, the same is true as you heard before. Hispanics and Latinos disproportionately represent our numbers in placement in half of the last 5 years. Education-wise, we are happy to say that 70% of our young people who go away to placement are achieving either their high school diploma or GED before their placement order is over. There was a question earlier about the connection and longitudinal aspect of what happens for a young person who goes into placement/foster care. What we've seen, and there's a seminal study that was done in 2011 by the Senate here in our state regarding the criminal justice system or the prison population, and a conversation with regard to how many of those people in that population had also spent some period of time in foster care. That number was about 14%. When we looked at our own stats here, we're right now somewhere between 12 to 13%, but we're in the early stages of data mining. So that number could either increase or decrease depending upon what our data determines for us. So about 14% is what the state has found in terms of their population and at some point spending time in foster care. So as Mr. Malby mentioned, I mean, the trends are all pretty consistent that has not always been a positive correlation between time spent in foster care and the criminal justice system, and that is especially true for kids that we've serviced.
So what would be the percentage of foster kids compared to in the overall population? So it's 14% in the criminal justice system. Mm-hmm. What is it in terms of the general population?
General population that we service, Supervisor, or just general?
The number of people in foster care in comparison with children in general.
You know, that's a good question. I don't have that
percent.
I would say it's probably a small number. I mean, I have personal knowledge about foster care in a relation that I myself was in foster care for a period of time, and my family and I, about 2 years ago, we adopted a young man out of foster care. And so as we did some of our own data in terms of looking at the issue, particularly here in the Bay Area, somewhere between 3 and 5% of the general population, but it varies from county to county. As was mentioned, in a county like ours, because of our affluency, that percentage is going to be much lower than it would be in other places.
Mm-hmm. So if generally the general population of people who've been in foster care is about 3%, but
Mm-hmm.
the number of people in the criminal justice system is 14%. So it kind of meshes with what you're saying, is that they have a difficult time, tend to be overrepresented in the criminal justice system as well as homeless.
And I think the unfortunate reality is when we look at the criminal justice system, whether it's on the adult side or the juvenile side, and we start to pare down issues of disproportionality, that is foster care and other significant, what you would say life's challenges, unfortunately are oftentimes represented there, whether it be homelessness, poor educational achievement, poverty in general, issues around health and maintenance, and as well as obviously foster care, all tend to be unfortunately highly represented in the folks that we serve. As I conclude and open up for questions, when I look at the challenges for probation, while we only currently have a very small number of folks that we service, the challenges that we have, and we have worked on some of these through your support and leadership over the last 6 to 8 months. Ileana and I will be working to find a path for those probation kids who need additional services. When AB 12 came into existence in 2012, one of my major concerns was that it did not create a space where probation was given time to, quite frankly, prepare for this transition. AB 12 was a great opportunity for young people to continue to get support well into the years that we know they need support. So whether it was us as we were kids or we were seeing our own kids or continuing to need support from us, I think the principles are straightforward and true. However, probation officers weren't necessarily geared to do and provide those types of services. And so I'm going to lean on my relationship with my team here to help create a path by which not only can our probation officers gain additional skills they need to be good advocates for the AB 12 youth, but also to funnel them to the system supports that they need, rather than us trying to reinvent the wheel or create something for such a small population. But my main focus, I would say, is really around CCR. I'm really concerned about the impact to the kids that we serve. I feel like it's a great idea to close group homes in the sense that there are many group homes out there that are not functioning at a high level, and quite frankly and unfortunately have also contributed to some of the negative experiences our young people have had. Sure. However, I would prefer that there be some type of step-down approach, and to be perfectly frank, the state holding those group homes accountable that mistreated our children.
Yeah, cool.
So versus this idea of just wiping them all out, I think there are places that do a great job, and many of those group homes that do a great job have also started to make the transition to become those temporary, I forgot what the term is, STRTPs, so short-term residential treatment facilities. So got to learn a whole new set of acronyms now.
Yeah.
So I think that with regards to probation youth, I think we'll continue to see a decrease in our population. I think that placement and foster care youth in probation will continue to go down. And I would agree, bless you, that is a continuation of not only folks leaving our county, but I think our county focusing very much on preventative care at a much early age, which hopefully is supporting families and increasing the likelihood that either kids won't come into our system, or when they do, the period of time is mitigated by the system and supports we're able to offer them.
Thanks.
So I'd like to open up to any questions you may have.
Thanks, Chief. And thanks also for being a fabulous, great role model as well. Any questions of Chief Kane?
Mr. President, if I could ask a question, John and I haven't talked about this recently, but I think his answer might be interesting. John, in the 90s, there was a lot of talk and some use of sort of the boot camp approach to kids. You might comment on where that is today in modern thinking.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mobby. I think it's an important caveat and distinction in this conversation. In the mid-90s, the boot camps were all the rage. That and the scared straight model. We're going to just take a kid and take him to jail or take him to a harsh facility, and we're going to scare them into saying, you know what, I'm not going to want to do that because I don't want to go there. What hadn't been planned for was that, unfortunately, a percentage of kids said, hey, this seems pretty cool. And so maybe I will come back. And they unfortunately were influenced in a negative fashion. The boot camp kind of mentality honestly was not one that was able to really survive because it didn't really create or provide the kids with any real life skills that they could contribute back to their communities. So most of our kids, 90% of our kids, leave the placement facilities and they have to come home. And so the challenges they face is that oftentimes they have all these new skills, all these new beliefs, but maybe it's not as valid or as supported either by family, friends, or otherwise. And so now, do they continue that method or continue down that path, or do they revert back to what's comfortable? Unfortunately, a lot of the kids revert back to what's comfortable. So the boot camp mentality faded away because it didn't balance out the idea that just physical exertion and stripping people down in a way was not going to be something that would sustain them, because it didn't take into, quite frankly, and one of the more common tools that we talk about today is this idea of vicarious trauma and the idea of being trauma-informed. Those types of programs really, quite frankly, didn't take any of those types of methodologies into thought. They honestly took kids who have been victimized oftentimes by whether it be peers or family supports and other folks and bring them to a place under the auspices that I'm going to tear you down and build you back up. Mm-hmm. But if I'm already stripped and I'm already very much teetering on edge, putting me into that space doesn't always work. So a lot of the longitudinal studies showed that there was not much of a marked difference between kids who would have went to boot camps and their long-term success versus kids who had not. So the financial cost of it, unfortunately, some of the abuse allegations that were uncovered in many of those places ultimately fed to their demise. Now, there are a couple of interesting boot camps programs that are still functioning. There's one here up in St. Louis Obispo County where it's a kind of hybrid boot camp. It's run in a very military fashion. However, it is gone through the eyes of being trauma-informed, if you can even believe that's possible. But it's Grizzly Academy is what it's called. And Grizzly Academy is actually producing very positive results. It is completely free for families that want their kids to be able to go. We don't promote it in our facility just because ultimately, while there is no commitment to making the families have to join armed services or the military, it still feels a little squishy for me. So if a family wants to do it, that's fine, but we're not necessarily going out and recruiting on their behalf. But thank you for the opportunity to talk about that.
Thanks, Chief. Unless there are other questions of Chief Keen, we've got actually a couple of interesting panels. So, one of our priorities for the board set up a priority by 2020, we want to ensure that all foster children graduate from high school or its equivalent and complete 2 years of college or vocational training. That is a goal for the board. So I'm going to invite we have two really fascinating panels. First one is, the second one is, I can see Jeffrey back there. I'm going to get you first, don't worry. Okay. So it's Dominic Berrigan from High School Pathways Coordinator from Silicon Valley Children's Fund. Edward Menino, who's the Lead Achievement and Navigator from the Central Labor Council Partnership. Melissa Guariglia, Foster Youth Education Enrichment Services Program Manager from Star Vista. And Joseph Judd, who's a tutor from Thrive Academy. So if you come up, we have the 4 seats for you right up in front and a microphone as well. Okay. So who's going to grab the microphone first? Okay. All right. Okay. You're it. Thanks. Thanks for coming.
I first wanted to make a comment on the comment that you made. Prior to coming to this organization, I worked at San Diego State running their Guardian Scholar programs for foster youth, and I've never met a youth that wasn't smart enough to finish their education, but it was everything around their life that derailed them. Yeah. So it's been a really fascinating journey to come back and seeing how in this county we're preparing them to go on to that step. But you're keying in on that retention piece. And that's a very complex, interesting thing to focus on, and I think it's really pertinent. So with that being said, my name is Dominic Berrigan. I work for Silicon Valley Children's Fund, and I'm the coordinator of the Emergency Scholars Program. And we focus on high school aged foster youth. So what our job is to provide academic coaching for the foster youth. So we're out there either weekly or biweekly meeting with the youth to ensure that they're actually physically making it to school, kind of manage looking at their GPA, making sure that they're making their A through G requirements, providing vocational, seeing what kind of jobs they might be interested in, also looking at their scholarship applications, how do you apply to colleges, scholarships, also providing emotional support, and kind of looking at the coordination of their services as well. So one of our things also too, we're really looking at the matriculation rate of how they get from high school to college and the retention rates as well. So with that being said, I'd like to provide you some numbers. Okay. To date, we've met with 70% of the youth who have been referred. Of those youth, 39% are fully engaged in receiving services. Okay, 31% are requiring a collaborative effort with our partners, service providers, and foster parents, and we're working to increase their level of engagement. Okay, 30% have not engaged at all, and I'll give you some reasons for that. When you're integrating a new program into a new county, of course, there's inherited challenges that you're going to come up against. With the youth that are difficult to engage, or they're presenting challenges, some are AWOL, out and not currently, having some significant issues. They could be in transition from one place to another, so that would stop our services. And then some youth, of course, they don't want to engage with services. They could be doing quite well. They could have a lot of service providers already on board with them, or some just don't see the value of the service right now. So I think you're always going to have a percentage of that population. But just to say that we don't stop on those youth. We have a very extensive process, and we know that with foster youth, you don't stop at the first time. So we're constantly calling them weekly and using our service providers to track them down to see where they are and how we can engage them. Okay. The positives. 90% of our seniors are on track to graduate. And that's a great, great number. And 90% have plans to pursue secondary education. So that's 90%. That's significant. One of the things, another positive is really building our relationships with all the established folks here in San Mateo County. And that has been a great pleasure working with John Fong with the county and also the Office of Education, all the education liaisons with Ed and his team, with all our partners down here. It's very essential because as you come in, it's trying to find who's going to do what, how we're going to do it, and how we're going to refine our process. So we're making great headway in that fashion, and we'll continue forward. The other piece, too, is the referral process. That can be quite intricate as well. So we're figuring out how, because really what we're looking at is that information, because there's multiple people involved in the youth lives. How do we get that information? How do we get to the youth? And how do we start services quickly? In terms of our challenges, our parent organization, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Silicon Valley, but it's based out of Santa Clara County. One of the things that I'm seeing, not only as I implement or assist in implementing this program, I also hold a caseload. So I know what it's like to be out there trying to track the youth down and to provide services. One of the things that I'm finding is accessibility, and that's to the youth themselves and to their information. One of the ways that Santa Clara County approaches this is they have the ability to go to the youth school. Now, that's kind of a double-edged sword because we want to respect the youth. You don't want to show up and, be a worker and who's this guy to their friends and have that. But at the same time, for the youth who are struggling and also are not having an ability to reach out, it would be really helpful to be able to have the ability to go onto the school campus and to meet with them. Also to have accessibility to their school records. San Mateo County, their academic coaches could actually get on the school campus and directly ask for their transcripts. And of course, we're involved in tracking their attendance records. So that ability to access information is pretty pertinent, and of course to get to the youth, because I think that's half the problem the times is just trying to cross paths with them. So in regards of addressing that, we love to continue our collaboration with San Mateo County and see how we can resolve this and working together. Lastly, it's the other challenges are working with youth under guardianship, and I'm not sure you're familiar with the guardianship aspect, but guardianship is they're either with an extended family member or another person in the community, and it's foster care and guardianship can be a little bit different in regards to how you perceive that. So once they're with a guardianship family, it's more like, okay, they found more of a permanent placement, so to speak. They're doing more of a connection with somebody. And the level of service is not as intense as when they're in foster care. So with the foster care, the social worker has to meet with the youth once a month, whereas if it's in guardianship, it's once every 6 months, based on the need, though. That can increase based on how the youth's doing. So what we're finding is that we're spending a little bit more time with our guardianship cases because they, interesting, is because they don't have that level of service. So we're coming in and we're finding that just playing more of a significant role of connecting them to the other services, because it is really coming back to what you say is what the guardians, what do you know of, and your parenting skills. So once again, if you're going to college, not everybody's been to college, so that the need for our information of how do you apply for scholarships, what your investment in is in their education, because oftentimes with all the other issues that are going on, education could take a different seat, such as if you're having substance abuse issues or truancy issues. Getting to college might be a whole different step. So we're finding that it's also a benefit that although we're finding that we're working maybe more hours with these youth at times, that it's really necessary that we're filling a service gap. So that is my update. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Shall I pass it on to our...
Yeah, I just want to question, when you talk about some youth don't really want the involvement, is that to some extent because they have so many people like social workers and other people involved in their life.
Yes.
To some extent, it's kind of like a violation of privacy.
Yes.
Is that part so it's kind of difficult for them to sometimes, accept that kind of help.
Of course.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do is address that by having warm handoffs, or is really looking at a warm handoff of our relationships. Instead of me just sitting down with you and trying to convince you to buy this car, it's better than to have somebody else that might be able to assist you through. So we're really looking at creatively, how do we address that and not just show up and say, hi, I'm Dominic. You want to start services and meet with me every other week? Yeah. So we're looking at ways of being creative.
All right, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edward Magno, and I'm the Lead Achievement Navigator for Central Labor Council Partnership, also known as CLC Partnership. And we provide employment services for the foster youth in the San Mateo County. And our mission is to prepare each youth with the job readiness skills necessary to obtain employment, which will hopefully lead to long-term career development. Right now, our referrals come from HSA and the Independent Living Program. And we serve not only high school age youth, but also young adult AB 12 youth as well. How do we do that? Well, we provide services. Once a referral comes into us, they get assigned to an achievement navigator. I work as the lead achievement navigator, and we also have another navigator as well. One male, one female. And we've noticed that some youth may be more partial to work with me, some more comfortable with Mary Din or our other navigator as well, due to just personal issues. So we split it up based on comfortability, however they feel more comfortable. Once each youth is assigned an achievement navigator, we provide one-on-one career services. And along with the one-on-one career services, we also provide workshops. And the type of service we provide are career exploration, resume building. We go over how to correctly complete an employment application, practice for interviewing, not just questions, but etiquette, how to walk in through the door, how to dress properly. And we also cover soft skills, such as the importance of employee etiquette, not just to get the job, but to keep the job as well. We even touch on social media, and we realize that many of our youth are on social media, and the things they post can sometimes get them in trouble, whether it's school or with work. So we try to address as many issues as possible. Twitter. Oh, okay. So let me tell you about some successes we've been having. So far, we've received a total of 73 referrals since we've begun our program, 52 high school, 21 AB 12 young adult. Of the total 73 referrals, 31 have engaged, so 42% have engaged in services. And of those 31, 10 have secured employment while working with our services, so about 32%. The rest are still working with us and seeking employment. Some AB 12 youth are working just retail jobs since they finished high school, but they haven't reached their certain career goals. So they've been referred to us so we can guide them to achieving their ultimate career goal. We have 22% in communication, meaning we've touched bases with their social worker or their caregivers, and at this time they're just not ready, whether they're fully engaged with school, a lot of extracurricular activities, but they've asked for us to follow up at a later time, so we will do that later on this spring. Another 16 are non-active. Some are just not interested, as Dominic had mentioned. Some 2 have just become unresponsive as per their social worker, and 1 actually reunited with their parents and no longer interested in service with us. And then 14% have been placed out of county. We've lost contact with them. So some of the challenges we've experienced as we started the program, one of the initial challenges was initial engagement. It was very confusing when we would reach out to social workers as well as caregivers, and they would receive many phone calls from myself, Dominic, and ILP coordinators, and they were confused on who we were. But over time, as they learned more about our services and through our partnerships, we've been able to increase engagement. Well, Dominic, our staff has been working side by side because some youth just connect with others better than others. Some may connect with me more and not know that Dominic's here to help them with an educational portion. So I will call Dominic and let them know, hey, I have someone here who can help you go to college. So can I introduce them to him? And since they've developed a relationship with me, they're more comfortable to talk to Dominic and vice versa. So that's been very successful. Another challenge we've been facing is transportation. That one has been pretty difficult. We do have 2 offices that we operate out of. We do have one in Daly City and another one in San Mateo.
Even with 2 offices, we do find that some youth have trouble meeting us at our offices, so we've been very flexible with meeting with them at locations more convenient for them, such as after school, whether it be in their library or somewhere around campus. We'll just sit down with them, find a place to sit, a local coffee shop, their homes, wherever they feel more comfortable. And based on our total knowledge, other challenges the youth are facing, maybe when we meet with them, they have unstable environments, so they're not fully motivated yet to want to engage, but they just want someone to talk to. So we've not only just become those who can help with career assessment and exploration, we've become someone they can just lean on and talk to. We opened up Google accounts so then they can text us, because we found that many youth don't like to talk on the phone, but they will refer to us by text quickly. So we've adjusted and connected our cell phone to different Google accounts so they can text us directly, and they feel more comfortable doing that way. So that's been helpful. And that's about it. Any questions?
Thanks.
No problem.
Hi, I'm Melissa. I'm with Star Vista. And we offer a number of services. So our program specifically that is working with foster youth is our Foster Youth Education Enrichment Program. And we are providing one-on-one coaching and case management services to youth placed in out-of-home placements in San Mateo County from kindergarten through 8th grade. So this is the younger kids. In addition to that, we're also in partnership with Daly City Peninsula Partnership, who's providing educational enrichment services after school and during the summer. And we're working with Legal Aid, who is able to provide IEP consultation and support in that direction. So it could be support with all kinds of things related to expulsion, and education plans, support plans. So what we are doing initially is we are going out to the homes of the youth, meeting with them one-on-one and providing an initial assessment to see where gaps in services or needs might be. And so we're using evidence-based assessments with the youth. And after the initial assessment is complete, we are working with the youth in linking them with appropriate services, whether it's tutoring. We're providing monthly meetings in terms of coaching and just really focusing on getting the youth up to speed in terms of their academic performance. Let's see. So the main focus of our program is to improve academic performance, improve classroom behavior, and really increase academic engagement. So one of the things that we are really paying attention to is attendance and tardiness. So many times we're tailoring plans for our youth to focus on behavior modification related to getting the youth out of the house and on time in the class. So we've been fortunate in that we've been able to engage about 80% of eligible youth. And so a number of the youth that were initially referred were ineligible for a variety of reasons. Some of them were out of our age group, some of them were placed out of county, and subsequently some have moved here and there. And it's been really great working with the families. They've been very cooperative, very receptive to services, helping the families kind of understand all of the different services that are available and where they're coming from has been something that we've really been working hard to do, because as my colleagues have already mentioned, there are a number of services available, and some families can feel kind of overwhelmed by all of the people that they're working with. And so really we want to not just be empowering the youth, but also empowering the caregivers to be able to advocate for the youth in their care. I think that the challenges we've been experiencing are very similar to those that have already been mentioned, really just accessibility to the youth and their records and things like that. So if we are trying to track attendance or tardiness or grades, we need to be able to access that information on a more regular basis so that we can really pay attention to the outcomes that we are achieving. Additionally, transportation is a consistent, I think, concern. and so kind of continuing to work with that is something that we're looking into. One of the things I think that would be very helpful is continued face-to-face collaboration with the social workers, which has been very helpful, and the education liaisons, and even school staff. So I think one of the major challenges that we're noticing at this level is that we, so far, of our 80%, about 50% are not performing proficiently or have needed additional tutoring services with reading, writing, or math. And so that is pretty substantial, and we have a lot of cooperation and collaboration on getting them the services they need. But I think early intervention, if we're keeping the goal of high school graduation and college attendance, early intervention, I think, is one of the key components to making sure those things are possible. So if we're working at an early level to catch up to grade level or proficiency, or improve study habits, or anything that will really improve academic performance, the sooner we develop those habits, I think the more successful the youth will be. So,
okay.
Any questions?
One of the things I forgot to ask about in numbers is how many kids are special ed and autistic? Maybe you may not be able to answer that, so that's okay. But I might ask the department if they know that of our kids who are in foster care. So you can. I'm sorry. You can.
No, that's okay.
I don't know if you know that, but you might know about.
I don't
special
know
ed.
a total number.
You know about special ed, then, or how many kids are in special ed?
Not
You
a
don't?
total, no.
Yes, Nicole.
Mic check. Okay. If I may, we have 3 that are autistic within Children and Family Services.
3 that are autistic?
3 that
Or-
are on the autistic spectrum in Children and Family Services.
I know we were talking about that. Did we find out that they are eligible for services?
They are eligible through HPSM, Health Plan of San Mateo, and those services specifically, the treatment includes applied behavior analysis and other evidence-based services.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Joseph.
Hello, I'm Joseph Judd. I'm a tutor for Thrive Academics. I've been a tutor for the past 30 years or so. I do math mainly. And like I said, I work for Thrive. We do K through 12 students, basic needs, special needs, learning disabilities, juvenile, foster kids, we were given 35 families by the county to contact. We had 10 of them decline services. We have 10 families that are completely unreachable. We've recontacted the social workers, and they're working on it. And 15 families that we're actually currently helping. I also have descriptions of what we go through to get a hold of them, if you're interested. Given these calls, or given the names, we have them called. Well, I guess we were given a list of 105 kids sent to us by the county. All kids were called by a bilingual Spanish or English member of our company. Social workers were asked for updated contact on unreachable families. Letters were mailed to families who did not return our calls. Once families are referred to the county, we contact them within 24 hours of receiving a referral, send text messages to follow any voicemails up. And of course, once again, we contact the social workers if we still can't get a hold of them. And as a tutor, right, I call them within 24 hours. And send follow-up emails and text, and leave messages, and basically keep on them. But usually they reply right away if they're going to. And I believe that's the main of the information I've been given.
Okay.
If there's any questions.
Thanks. Any questions of our panel? Yes.
When you do reach the kids, have you been successful with the tutoring?
Well, yes and no. Many kids sign up for tutoring initially because it really sounds like a good idea to have better grades. But tutoring is, in fact, extra work. And many of them, when they discover that it is, in fact, extra work, bail. Also, the kids that sign up for tutoring are also the sort of kids who are involved in a lot of, they're more active in, if they're seeking tutoring, they're also the kind of kid that gets involved in extracurricular activities and, dance club and chess club and all that stuff. And so these kids generally have really packed schedules if they're contacting me. And sometimes it's just not workable once they realize that they're going to actually be doing homework in addition to the tutoring, that I'm actually going to give them homework that they're not going to have time to do. When they stick with it, it works great.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thanks. We might have questions afterwards, but so now we're going to have our next panel, and it's Selena Melchor and Jeffrey Devers. These are our. Okay, you're going to go right up to the podium, JD.
This is where I was told to stand.
That's good, JD.
Okay.
You're on.
First of all, thank you guys for allowing me to speak to you. County Manager Maltby, President Horsley, and the honorable members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Devers. I am a former foster youth here from San Mateo County. I'm a co-chair of the Foster Youth Advisory Board, and I intern for the Independent Living Program, HSA in East Palo Alto, under supervision of John Fong. I'm not going to take up too much of your time today. I was when I was first brought into the foster care system, it's automatically a feeling of disengagement, of displacement. It's very hard to be displaced from, or to be pulled from your family, from your community, from some of the things that you know in your whole life. It's a hard time for someone as young as I was. I was in 7th grade, which was a very, very important time for me growing as a person, as a boy, into a man. Nicole, she mentioned it takes a village to raise a child. That's very true. Unfortunately, I was displaced and moved out of county to Solano and Alameda counties. So I didn't have that village. I got to see my social worker once a month, not even then. So once again, I feel that sense of displacement, of disengagement, even further. And I'm already a ward of the state. So all the services that this village has and offers, I didn't have access to. I don't want to talk bad about other counties, but no other county, does it like San Mateo County for foster youth. I've just seen it. I've seen other foster youth from different counties, and the stuff that they're not able to have access to, and it just seems like just San Mateo County, to me, out of all the counties that I experience, stands above the rest here in the Bay Area. And I wasn't able to really reap the benefits of that. And like I tell a lot of people in the foster care system, people that work with foster kids, as a foster child, you have to grow up faster than most kids. We experience trauma that throws our lives into a sort of a snowball effect of disruption and obstacles, more than a normal child will have. And to be placed out of county, you're even further away from the protection, the support that you need growing up. I think my biggest challenge was I didn't feel like I have a voice. I didn't have a voice. I didn't have no one to speak for me. I had no one to. I felt like I could really talk to, being that far out. And it was unfortunate, but that was just the way things were. I emancipated at 18. This is before AB 12, so right in the middle of my graduation ceremony in the streets, my social worker came up to me with emancipation papers. Kind of like threw a wrench in the whole thing because it felt like it felt like I didn't now I'm really on my own, which is unfortunate, but it helped me be more independent. But I wasn't aware of the services that San Mateo County still offered, housing services and stuff like that. I had to reach out to other counties and beg, for them to let me into their THP programs, or else I was going to be homeless. Fortunately, Contra Costa did allow me to participate in a THP program. But even then, I was not prepared for my transition out of foster care. No one told me, nobody prepared me for college. Nobody prepared me for life at 18. When I was moved out of county, I was moved into a very rough neighborhood. It's nothing like any of the San Mateo County cities. West Oakland to be for a fact. So nobody told me that be careful around these places, or don't wear these certain colors around here. I had no mentor. I had no one who felt like I did or experienced the same things that I have. So it was hard. It was hard growing up in the system, and especially being so far away from your own county. But I'm good now. It wasn't until I got back here to San Mateo County where I was able to utilize some of the services. The tail end, I was early 20s. It wasn't until I got back into San Mateo County to where I found out about Star Vista, the STEP program, which I'm currently in, which gives me the internship to work for IOP. So it wasn't until I got back here until I was able to have access to that. And it's unfortunate because I'm just thinking about how many of the displaced foster youth we have, and they don't even know, the benefits that we have here. They're just unaware. So yeah, I wish I had a mentor. I wish I had someone who looked like me, someone who could fight for me and understand the things that I was going through. Now, as a co-chair of the Foster Youth Advisory Board and the Independent Living Program peer partner, I'm able to see the other side of things. I'm able to, I gained an appreciation of the work that the county does and the team at CFS, because there are a lot of kids. There are a lot of kids to attend to, and I see the social workers in and out, working their tails off, just to, and even then they still have, a lot of kids to work on. So, everybody, a lot of our out of county youth, they get, I don't want to say neglected, but they get they're like the last ones that we check up on, or we got to hear from them or something like that. Fortunately, since I've had my position here at IOP, my boss, my manager, John Fong, has put a very big, huge emphasis on reaching out to the out of county youth to let them know that IOP is still here. It's just me and my other peer partner right now, and we are able to ourselves pioneer a program, a peer partner program here in the county where we interact and engage with our foster youth county. We go to group homes, we do workshops. We're heavily involved in anything independent living program. Maybe if it's a celebration, graduation, our Taste Summit that we have every summer. As youth ambassadors, we're able to engage with the youth because we understand as a peer partner, as someone who been through the system, someone who's have maybe some similar trauma to foster youth. It's just we can speak to these youth differently. We connect with these youth differently. Our social workers are told not to really put your emotions or feelings into it. This is your job. You're 9 to 5. You go home to your family afterwards. So it's and I can understand how it could be a struggle for some social workers to not put their feelings in it. For us, trauma, foster youth, this is our life. It always has been. So it's a little bit easier for us to connect and not have it be such a burden on us, or where we won't burn out or anything like that. Because we've been living like this the whole life, and we're very. This is what we want to do. We want to help. We want to be a champion for foster youth. So it's been a great opportunity. Now that now they have AB 12, they have teams, they have Star Vista, they have CLCP, and we do transitional conferences for the youth. We're sitting on them as peer partners. We're able to bring another voice to the table, because not all the time does foster youth want to hear from the social worker. Not all the time do they want to hear from their attorney. They want to hear, they don't trust the group home staff. They trust us. We've done this. You can see I try to be a role model of what you can possibly what you can be, and it's different because I tell kids now, you're 18. We have a STEP program here in the county where you can have an internship in the county. A county internship, which looks great on a resume, and some of them they're surprised. They're like, a lot of people, some of the parents are like, wow, my son or daughter has a chance to intern for the county. And that gives us a good opportunity to give back and help. So I've been very blessed that you guys, specifically you, President Horsley and Nicole, have been been involved in our Foster Youth Advisory Board. As a co-chair, we strive to advise well, and we feel like we should have an input on what's going on with the foster kids today. So we've been feeling your good energy since last year. So we're very excited to have these opportunities to come speak with you guys. Mr. Maltby, he speaks to us every cohort for the STEP program. Dresses real snazzy, so I'll never forget him. So I mean, and even
I'll probably take you shopping if you like.
I would love to. But just to be able to see that, see people that want to help us and want to be champions is very beneficial. So I would just ask for you guys to keep it up, keep up the good work. Please reach out to us at the Foster Youth Advisory Board or over at IOP, so we can continue to upgrade this population, improve, and get it to where where we need to be. So if you guys don't have no questions, I'm done.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Okay.
Selena?
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. My name is Selena Matar. So as a young adolescent trying to learn to grow up, I never really understood the possibility that my life and family dynamics weren't regarded as normal and healthy. In being able to properly provide an environment, let alone a family of 6, for a child to progress and succeed. It wasn't until I really started to become older and socialize more, not just with family but with friends, that I began to acknowledge that these things were in fact not okay. Truth is, I was the individual amongst my siblings to step up and try to seek local resources that eventually led to me being the only one within my siblings to have been placed under kin gap guardianship with my maternal aunt and uncle by CPFS once my case was brought into the system. It was quite a difficult transition moving out of a troubled family home my whole life thinking was average and acceptable, but with the undividing love and support from my aunt and uncle, was I able to get through the process. And despite the many obstacles I managed to overcome during this time in my life, it wasn't until I exited the system and care I was in and really started to pursue my life and future, did I realize I was unprepared on taking on the bigger, independent adult life the world still was waiting for me. You see, I feel there's a growing misconception that once you've entered the foster care system as a youth, you must change everything and anything about yourself, including your future, your aspirations, your dreams, and even goals, because of this new change in our life circumstances. But that isn't and shouldn't be the case. What I eventually gathered and learned myself was that there are in fact many amazing programs, some respectable name program, organization, and networkers out there for current as well as former foster youth as myself now that can assist in making sure that those things don't happen and that they don't continue to happen. Yet, the problem is that there's still an effective efforts and strategies to inform the foster youth community of these opportunities. So, unfortunately, as I mentioned, there's still very much a lack of information being provided for the foster youth community that prevents them from feeling compelled or even motivated and encouraged to pursue such endeavors. Because luckily for me, in my own research, was I only then able to seek out and get involved and continue my education and passions for the work field that I was interested in. Not to mention the lack of and growing necessity of funding needed that often limits the number of youth being assisted and for how long, creating a number of trails of issues within the conflict that we're trying to address. So, as you can tell, education is very, very much a passion of mine. A little background story of mine, and I do understand I am not like others. I am considered pre-med. I've been attending SF State for almost 5-6 years now, but as of recently, some of the challenges I've been facing, which is very much a growing issue within the foster youth community, is housing. Currently, I am now putting on hold my education because of these housing issues. And now going on, unfortunately, my second semester withholding my education, which amounts to about a year's schooling, have I been unable to continue my education because of this recurring housing issue. So, I believe the platforms of education and housing are very much something that need to be addressed and acknowledged within the foster youth community. So, that's what brings me here today, and why I'm so very passionate about the work I've been able to be a part of through these programs and organizations that continue to give me the help and reassurance that I can do something impactful and meaningful with my life and pursuits. Advocacy, to me, has proven to be by far one of the most influential and effective lines of work I have seen properly reflect what type of improvising and progress we need to work on establishing for the community we are representing, the foster youth. It is up to us, our voices of the foster youth, that pave the way and change for a better and hopeful tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Thanks.
Do you guys have any questions for us? No? Thank you.
Just for those of you who don't know, Selena actually wants to eventually become a medical doctor, and she is kind of stalled right now. Her housing is such a difficult issue for foster youth who kind of graduated out of the system. Before we take any questions, we have two speakers, Patricia Miljanich and Tom Bauer. Patricia?
Well, good afternoon, President Horsley and the other members of the board, and Mr. Maltby and Mr. Byers. First of all, I want to thank you for hosting this study session. I think that we're all aware of the fact that foster youth are especially vulnerable members of our community, and I appreciate the opportunity to hear all of the good things that we're doing successfully through a lot of our partners and others, as well as see where the gaps are. And I want to just clarify for those who don't know, because I think what I'm going to say next might be a little bit confusing, but CASA recruits, trains, and supports community members who are assigned to children under the protection of the court. They could be children who are actually in technically foster care, as we were discussing, out-of-home care. They may be at home with their parents, or they may be in family maintenance, and AB 12 minors included, as well as often these relationships go on past that. And what those volunteers do is as different as what the child's needs are. In addition to seeing the youth or children every week, they also write reports for the court, and they advocate for them in a variety of circumstances, whether it's school, whether it's serving as their educational surrogates, or just working on things around visitation, and certainly enrichment activities and transition to college, et cetera. So my second comment that I'd like to make is to thank the board for the amazing support that we have received through Measure A funds. And just to tell you quickly what that impact has been. Before we had funding, which was in the fiscal year 12-13, we were serving 209, let me get this right, 209 foster children and youth, and some delinquent youth, which is about 10% of our caseload, with 188 volunteers. This past year, we served 332 foster children with 293 volunteers. And that may not seem like a huge increase to everybody, but for a very small agency that is leveraging these resources of volunteers, it was quite a bit. And in addition to that, it also permitted us to develop projects that we're doing now, Project Change, which is working with many partners in probation as well as others to get kids into the community college at College of San Mateo, and also our Healthy Futures program, which is trying to ensure that children, whether they're at home or in foster homes, are all getting their age-appropriate physicals, dental work, et cetera. So those are the kinds of things that came about through our funding. And if I could just make one last comment, I have one concern in that we've had a Blue Ribbon Commission that operated for a number of years. We've had the Citizens Review Panel, which may be ending, hopefully not, in June. And I'm just hoping as we start to continue to develop the things that we could do, that we still provide for a forum in which we can have a county-wide, systemic level group that can meet together and continue, because these are how these projects like Healthy Futures and the Project Change have come about, where all of these child welfare partners and education partners have been able to collaborate together and work together to solve these issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat. And Tom?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to speak here. Some of you may know me and recognize me in my role as Vice Chancellor at the San Mateo Community College District. I'm actually here today in my role as a CASA volunteer. What I wanted to just share with the board is, so I became a CASA volunteer in 2012. The young man that I work with after a number of referrals to the agency from 2009 to 2012 was finally put into care. So he had a number of reports that basically he stayed in the home that he was in. He entered the system a very damaged young man, educationally very, very behind. And one of the things that I wanted to make sure that the board understood, and I listened to everybody today, is that the CASA role in the educational pursuits of these children is incredible and incredibly important. The young man that I am CASA for had an IEP, and the work that we had to do as CASAs with his counselors, the people in the schools that are working with the IEPs, and I get it, they're big schools, thousands of kids, you're checking boxes, and IEPs are only as good as them being enforced. And in John's case, they really weren't being enforced. So it took a CASA volunteer, it took me, to be up there constantly. We have an educational liaison, Rosanna Anderson, who's here in the audience. She was at every single one of John's IEP hearings, but the daily calls from the teachers. So whoever the ed rights liaison is for the kids, whether it be a CASA or a foster parent, has an incredibly important responsibility. I remained John's CASA until July of 2016, and my husband and I made the decision to adopt him. So this coming Friday, Judge Diaz will actually legally make him our son. He's been living with us since July now. He's been doing incredibly well. What I will, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
beep beep.
Keep going.
What I will tell you is that while John was in the system and attending a high school here in the peninsula, his grade point average was 1.46 when he left this past June. In the school that I have him in now, he's in a charter school. It's a small public Montessori charter school in the East Bay where we live. He's got a 3.74. So his entire world has changed with that kind of involvement. So CASAs, they play a really important role. Social services, he has incredible social workers. He's had incredible people working with him for the last 5 years. And as a kid that went through what he went through, and I'm not going to go into it, he went through a lot of trauma. He has come through it well, I get upset when I talk about it, so I can't. He's come through it amazingly well. So the resources that you're putting into CASA through Measure A, through the other things that this board does, you need to understand, and I'm sure you do because you serve on boards, you need to understand how important they are and how meaningful they are in changing the lives of these kids. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thanks, Tom. Okay. Questions from the board? None? He's crying. Eddie?
No questions.
I have a question for staff. We were worried about the deportation of families, but the kids would be left behind. Have we thought about that potential? Because what would happen to them if, for example, mom and dad were deported and the kids who are U.S. citizens are left behind?
It'd be dependency
what would
court.
we- huh?
It'd go to dependency court to
They would go to
determine
dependency court then?
right
Have we
custody of the child.
Are we thinking at all about that potential?
We are, and
I hate
we're
to
just
do
waiting
that, but I mean,
for more clarity. There hasn't really been any definition yet.
No, I mean, there's a process in place for unaccompanied minors, and we've had a few cases over the years, but obviously everyone's waiting now to see exactly what's going to be the parameters. So there is a process in place, and unfortunately, that would be where they would have to go, and then the county would become responsible for them.
okay. The other question I have has to do with, I know we talked about that one house that it's a triplex. What are we doing for housing for people like Selena, who's kind of stuck, in between trying to find a place to live?
Well, our partnership with the Department of Housing when they emancipate is locating FUP vouchers for the youth. The expansion of Orange and Grand is something that is high on our list, and hopefully this spring, Nicole's working on an OFA with the Department of Housing so we can get that out. We're exploring, there's no short-term fix abode. We're using abode and HIP housing. We've been talking to HIP and to abode to see if we can link some of the kids that are already identified or youth that are identified as in need of housing, and see HIP is considering whether or not they tinker with their program a little to accept youth.
Okay.
We've discussed with College District, and they were not. This wasn't a high priority. Professor housing, staff housing is their priority.
Ileana, what's the size of the land at Orange and what?
Grand?
Where?
At Orange and Grand?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would know. It's about it's a corner and three buildings on it.
I mean, could we expand that? Could we add to it? We'd build our own housing?
That's what
We're talking to the city about that now. That's one possibility.
I mean, and the other, is we've been searching around for the last couple of years, looking at county property for various things. Is it time to take a look again at county property and see if what we can do in some sort of building for the foster kids?
One possibility through the president, the supervisor Groom, is, as you know, we're examining the county-owned property in South San Francisco near the courthouse as a possible site for a future county clinic. And there's a possibility of having some housing on that site as well. And that's one of the things we're looking at. There obviously is, as Ileana indicated, we had some preliminary discussions, I think it was, with the college in San Bruno. Skyline. About whether there was a partnership available to build student dormitory or something along those lines for kids that were in college. A lot of kids go to South San Francisco State, so that's very close. We haven't made much progress with that, but we haven't given up on it either.
Good, thank you. I think we just ought to continue to kind of re-inventory our own county-owned land and see what we can carve out, where we can carve it.
I agree. So I'm going to make some recommendations. And so first of all, I really want to express my appreciation for our panelists, for the public comment, and for the staff and HSA, Ileana, Nicole Pollock, and our really fabulous, great probation chief, John Keene, and my own staff, Sarah Rosendahl, who has helped me a lot with this and spent a lot of time with both myself and the department, but make some recommendations. And one is that for our housing, our affordable housing fund, and I know we should set aside some of those units for foster youth, foster adults. I've talked to people at the state level, if the state ever comes up with any kind of assistance for housing, that we've talked about seniors and veterans, people with disabilities, mental health issues, but we should really start thinking about our foster youth. So, and at least in the county, I'd like to see us look at our affordable housing fund to see if we could, when we do housing, to have some set aside for foster youth. They don't necessarily have to be 2-bedroom units. It could be a studio, but just some place that is theirs, that is for them. The other is I have heard that with family unification, it's really difficult. Actually, I heard from the county counsel's office that having a centralized visiting center, I don't know how you do it or where you could do it, but there's a need for a visitation center so that when there's a family reunification, the social worker is able to actually be there and watch the interaction between the parent and the child. So, I mean, I know that's a long term and it's difficult. And
we are looking at that. The remodel at 2500 Middlefield is going to add some visitation rooms there.
Good.
So we're looking at that.
Okay, excellent, good. In the IAP, I noticed we indicated that I guess that's the educational assistance is like 12%, 15%. But what I really would like to know is, and like to see HSA and the County Office of Education to actually provide proficiency data for the foster kids, both in and out of placement. I know it's difficult to do, but I'd like to see the comparison between how they're doing versus their peers.
We will get that.
That is information that should be available. One of the things that we worked on with the collaboration for Safe Schools was really information sharing. I wonder if we could do the same thing for our agencies that we work with, the support agencies, to make sure that they get the same kind of information sharing for school records, because that's incredibly important to be able to be representatives. If you're going to really advocate for somebody, you really need to have some access to schools and school records, if at all possible. And the last thing is that there were actually Supervisor Groom was actually on that Blue Ribbon Commission. Somehow I guess it's inactive or was dissolved. And there's also I know Jenny Stewart and Bernie Polotnikoff were actually on. It was a citizens review panel, and I'd like to see if a recommendation from the departments. I would like to see us have some kind of an oversight panel to look at both CPS, foster care, and to kind of look at these numbers, the numbers of kids who are both in CPS, number of kids who are in foster care, and how they're doing in school, and just.
One of the thing that I learned the most from serving on Judge Lee's commission was how much the foster children needed attorneys. And Pat, I think we heard that time after time after time. And so most of that attorney service was provided by the private defender program, and went to court with these kids when they were having difficulty with IEPs or having difficulty with the current facility in which they were living, and they really needed good, strong legal advice, which also brought to needing more mentoring and more companionship kind of thing.
Especially peer mentors too, as JD was indicating that it's always easier to hear from somebody who's been through that system. So the more we can strengthen those kinds of mentorship programs, the better off we are. So, in any case, again, I want to. This is a topic that's important to me, and I know it's important to all the board members as well. And I really appreciate. I know you don't feel well today. I appreciate you being here. He wants to go home. So, in any case, I made my recommendation. I don't think did you want to make?
I just was going to add one other thought. Well, first to echo what you're saying, that the peer mentorship is very compelling. in JD, you really made us understand how that can be very effective. I mean, we see how effective that is in the mental health space, for example. And I'm going to throw out another idea, which is maybe a little out of the box, but another thing that young people need when they're trying to get on their feet is, from time to time, their parents have to help them financially. Like they need a couple $500 to get the car, or they are short on a payment or something. And I wonder sometimes if you kind of look at the total expenditures per child, it's a lot, and it's a lot because the kids have a lot of needs. But I often wonder, I'm just pulling a number out of the air. Say we spend $125,000 per kid. What if we took $10,000 of that and put it into some kind of account for them, that they could have some kind of financial base to work from? I mean, so I don't know. It's just going to put that out there for smarter people to think about.
Well, actually, the reason we came up with the autism care was really you advocated for that at the Health Commission, and so we knew that, or I knew that there was services available, so that's why we started asking.
Thank you.
Them to provide those services, foster youth. So, any other comments?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The other issue that came up in addition to the housing part was the transportation, and I'm wondering where we are and where do we go on that issue. I know from personal experience, a lot of the kids in East Palo Alto take a bus for 3 hours to get to location X, and that's just not okay.
Right. We have, for AB 12 youth, for emancipated youth, I think it's a severe issue. For those still in care, minors, we have the transportation officers that will work to move them to appointments and what have you, so we have that whole fleet. But we'll look into more specifically the issues and what can we come up with, and partner with the Foster Youth Advisory Board, see what recommendations they may have.
Thank you. And just one other thing, if I could, President Horsley. There's a supervisor in Yolo County, Supervisor Groom, with who I work at CSAC, might know him. His name is Supervisor Matt Rexroad. As I said, he's in Yolo County. He and his wife some time ago tried to adopt a child, and they weren't successful for whatever reason. And they then turned to child welfare and the youth program, and he said, quote, "This topic of child welfare is so hidden in our world because there's this idea of privacy to protect these children because their stories need to remain private." And that's what he said. So I'm not an expert in this field, but you all can answer that question if that's true. And then if we were really looking to recalibrate our rules and practices and monitor our results, maybe things just need to be a little bit more transparent. I don't know. I'm just relaying what the supervisor said from Yolo County.
Right. And we'll bring these up and chat with county council. Some of these things are state or federal regulations we bump up against, but we'll work with our partners at county council.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, again, thank you, and we will now adjourn. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, good job.